Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the September 22nd, 2014 Board of Commissioners meeting. We have a very, very full agenda tonight, so I just want to start the meeting by reminding everyone that when we have public comment, in the beginning, in the end, and after every issue, we have the 5-minute rule for comments, and usually we're very soft about it. This evening we're going to be trying to keep everything to 5 minutes, and I will ask you to stop after 5 minutes. We are also going to try to limit discussion on each topic to a half an hour because we have so much to discuss tonight that if we don't do that, we'll be here till 3 o'clock in the morning. So we'll see how that goes. Before we go to public participation, I wanted to bring some people forward. This is not on the agenda, but it just came up. We have received a donation, a very large donation of $40,000 from our Radnor Town Watch. And the donation is for our emergency radio system that is going to be in the consent agenda tonight. And if I could ask Lieutenant Chris Flanagan to come up and introduce the people from Radnor Town Watch and present our thanks. Sure.
And you can address the board and Commissioner Schaefer.
Right. I just want to begin by saying there's two people here that have been for 37 years in Radnor Town Watch, and one starting his 38th. So we're here because just like our equipment, we're all getting old. And the equipment that we have, some of it is 30 years
Can you
old.
Can you give us your name?
I'm sorry, Jean Bascom.
Thought so.
I'm president of Radnor Town Watch. So we met as a team with the police department and our town watchers, and we came to an agreement. And we're giving this donation so that we can both have both of the best worlds, starting with the 38th year. So that's why we're here. And this is Bob Chapman and Lou Gaskins. And Lou has been here forever. He's an amazing. And both of these people, never have they not been in town watch on the night they're assigned, unless they're dead, not dead, but sick in their beds. They are the most faithful two people. So anyway, this is for, Here is it?
St. Catherine's 59. 1959, Genie
Okay.
place in St. Catherine.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Very appreciated.
Okay.
That was a very pleasant surprise for us tonight, and just another example of our really incredible resident base constantly working to make this community better. Okay, now we're going to move on to public participation. And this is an opportunity for anybody who needs to speak at the beginning of the meeting because they have to leave. Ordinarily, it's best to speak on the topic that you'd like to address while we're addressing it later in the agenda. So if anybody would like to get up and speak. Okay, seeing no one, we're going to move on to an announcement that we had an executive session immediately preceding this Board of Commissioners meeting on September 22nd, 2014, at which we discussed matters of litigation, personnel, and real estate. Next, we have a very exciting event. We are going to swear in a new police officer named Stephen J. Ryan. And I'm going to ask our superintendent to introduce our new officer.
Yes, Madam President, before we begin, I would like your permission to have everyone rise so the Radnor Honor Guard could present the colors.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Everyone could be seated. And Madam President, I'm also happy to say that we have a very good friend of the police department here, Judge Osborne, who is here to swear in Officer Ryan. In fact, Judge Osborne swore me in, and as well as many other officers. And just to give the board a little bio, Stephen J. Ryan is 23 years old. He has a rich family history of police officers in his family. In fact, his father, Joe Ryan, is currently the chief of county detectives. Stephen is a graduate of Westchester University. He went to the Delaware County Police Academy in December of 2013. He's a former Delaware County Sheriff's Office employee, and he was a part-time officer with Upper Chichester. I also like to say that he is the top hire on the current list, and he is a very impressive young man, and we're happy to have him in Radnor Township.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to be here this evening to offer the oath of office for Stephen Ryan. And Stephen is going to be joined by members of his family, I believe. Bible to be held by?
My mother.
Stephen's mother, and pinning to be by Stephen's father. All right. Would you hold the Bible there, please? Thank you. Okay. And if you'll step between so that we can take pictures. Step between. Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right. Please place your hand on the Bible, raise your other hand, and repeat after me. I, Stephen J. Ryan.
I, Stephen J. Ryan.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I am a citizen of the United States of America.
That I am a citizen of the United States of America.
That I will uphold the Constitution and laws.
That I will uphold the constitutions and laws.
Of the United States.
Of the United States.
And of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
And of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
And that I will faithfully perform all the duties of a police officer.
And that I will faithfully perform all the duties of a police officer.
Of Radnor Township.
Of Radnor Township.
And obey all orders.
And obey all orders.
From my superior officers.
From my superior officers.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Judge Osborne, for coming out once again and helping us out. And welcome to the Radnor family, Officer Ryan. Next, we have the consent agenda, which will, well, we're going to do this real quick, and then because we have some commendations. Do you want to put off the consent agenda until after? Yeah. Let's do that. So we're going to hold off on the consent agenda. We'll do the commendations, and then we'll come back to the consent agenda. So, Superintendent Colarulo, would you like to move us right along to the commendations?
First is Sergeant Shawn Dietrich and Virginia McGuire. Please step forward. And this was on August 18th, and Sergeant Dietrich was on duty, as well as Virginia McGuire with the Radnor Fire Department. And a gentleman, a 78-year-old gentleman, was at Yangming, and he suffered a massive heart attack, and there was no pulse. And because of the outstanding efforts of the sergeant and Virginia here, they administered CPR, and they brought him back to life, and he was transported to the hospital. So on behalf of the commissioners in Radnor Township, we would like to present them with a letter of commendation for their outstanding performance. Thank you. I gave each one. And next up is the Radnor Township Police Department's Detective Unit, which entails Lieutenant Andrew Block, Detective T.J. Schreiber, Detective Jim Santaguido, and Detective Chris Four. And you probably saw this one on the news. It was very disturbing, but it did have a good outcome. And you probably remember, but this was back on August 22nd, where a innocent woman was shopping at the Giant. And what happened was for lack of a better term, and I know there are young people here, but a creep went in there and was engaged in upskirting with his phone. Well, I give a lot of credit, like I told a reporter that was asking about this right beforehand, I give a lot of credit to the woman first for having the courage not to let this go. She actually came into the police station on a couple of occasions and she reported this incident. The reason these individuals are getting a commendation tonight, thanks to Lieutenant Block, he had my detectives attend a special type of training based on technology where you have a photo image that you could actually download into the computer, and it can match up against any type of driver's license photo or any arrest photo. These detectives attended that training upon the orders of Lieutenant Block, and what happened was we obtained the surveillance video from the Giant, and there was an image of this individual that committed this crime. The detectives then entered that in the computer, and sure enough, with some three-dimensional makeshifting of the photograph and maneuvering the photograph, instantaneously a mugshot popped up of the individual that was responsible for the upskirting. They put a photo array together consisting of 8 photos. The woman was called into Radnor Township, and without hesitation, she pointed to the individual that was responsible. As it turns out, this individual was on probation for doing the same exact thing a number of times. So thanks to the detectives and Lieutenant Block, this pervert is now off the street once and for all. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
And before we retire the colors, we're going to do one more police matter, and that is the conditional offer of employment to yet another new police officer, Brian Bell. Superintendent, would you like to tell us a little bit about Mr. Bell?
Yes, Madam President. We're going to ask the board's permission, based on the authority of the township manager giving us the okay. We're asking for a conditional letter of employment be offered to Brian Bell. He's a 24-year-old individual. He is a graduate of Cabrini College with a bachelor's degree in criminology. He attended the Delaware County Police Academy. He graduated in December of 2012. Prior to coming to Radnor, hopefully, he was a Parkside Borough police officer since February 2013, and we believe he would be a good addition to the Radnor Police Department. And we're hoping to, if the board approves, hoping to hire him sometime in October.
I'll move the approval of the conditional offer.
Second.
Any commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any comment from the public? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that is offered with a vote of 7-0. And now,
And at this time, I would like to invite the Ryan family to my office for some light refreshments, and I'll ask the audience to please stand so we can retire the colors. Thank you, Madam President.
thank you, Superintendent. Now we will move on to the consent agenda. This is a number of motions that we do all at once because the matters are perfunctory and don't merit a great deal of debate or discussion. However, before we pass all of these at once, we offer an opportunity to the board members or to the public to take anything out of this list that one would like more discussion about. So at this point, is there anyone on the board who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda?
I'd like to remove item L, which is the motion to authorization to solicit RFPs from Municipal Financial Advisor, and move it to the finance section, not do it immediately after
Okay.
this.
Anybody else?
Why not do it immediately?
Is there anyone from the public that would like something removed from the consent agenda? Okay, would someone like to
I'll move
move
the approval of the consent agenda
without item L?
without item L.
Do we have a
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. All right, we will deal with L when we get to finance. Next, we have the CARFAC 2013 audit follow-up. We are lucky to have two members, Ed Kane and Carl Bupp from the CARFAC here tonight with us. Come on up, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on our 2013 audit.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. As part of the process of having an annual audit from the accounting firm, the accounting firm will also review internal controls and issue a report of their assessment of the internal controls that they could rely upon or not in the preparation of the audit. There are three levels of potential concerns that can be issued. In order of severity, from worst to middle ground to minor, it's a material weakness, a significant deficiency, and other matters involving internal control. A material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or corrected on a timely basis. A significant deficiency, the middle ground, is also a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. And other matters are those that would not fit into any of the first two categories. Back in 2009, the township had 10 such items of material weakness, 3 items of sufficient deficiency, and 14 items of other matters. This year, the accounting firm has reported to us as part of the audit subgroup of CARFAC that there are no items of material weakness, no items of sufficient deficiency, and only 4 items of what even we perceive to be relatively minor items that are other. That is excellent, and much, and if not all of that compliment really needs to go to the staff, led by Bob, led by Bill, and led by Bob. It's under their work and their perseverance that this has really been a dramatic turnaround in these 5 years.
Well, I'd like to carve out just a little bit of that compliment and put it towards the CARFAC, because I know that much of the success and the confidence that we've gained has been a team effort with CARFAC and our excellent staff. So, and I know how many hours you all put in and how much time and energy you spend. And all the residents are the better for it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item, we will move to our committee reports, and we start out with Personnel and Administration with Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Fisher.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, I'll move to introduce Ordinance 2014-13. This is amending Article 8 of the Personnel Policy, Section 5-70 of the Civil Service Provisions of the Administrative Code of Radnor Township.
Second.
I'll give you guys a chance to find the page. This is 2014-13. And we have Joe Rodolph here that would maybe want to speak to the changes in the administrative code that we're making?
The state statute covering first-class townships requires that police officers be hired under civil service rules, and all promotions are required to be done under civil service rules. The reason for the amendments are twofold. One is there were, over the last several years since the civil service last amended its rules, several changes in the state law, so the ordinance was updated to bring it into compliance. The other involved tweaking of the criteria for the promotion to the rank of lieutenant. Previously, there were two categories, one for corporals and sergeants, and another set of criteria for lieutenants, captains, and deputy superintendents. The criteria for lieutenants was brought into compliance with those for corporals and sergeants. Basically, there is a written component, a written graded test, oral interview that's graded, and there was an assessment center, basically a project assignment that was done under the direction of an outside consultant. That third component still remains in place for deputy superintendents and for the captain's test, but was eliminated for the lieutenant's test at the recommendation of the Civil Service Commission. So that's the extent of the revisions, if anyone has any questions.
Thanks, Joe.
Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Do we have any questions or comments from staff? Did someone move? Did you move to introduce? Okay.
Yeah, it's already moved in second.
Is there anybody from the public who'd like to comment? This is an introduction. It'll come back in front of us in 2 weeks for adoption, if passed. All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of introducing the changes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And it passes by a vote of 6-1.
Next, I'll move to adopt ordinance 2014-09. This is the establishment of ward boundaries required by Chapter Section 2.03A, typically referred to as redistricting.
Second?
So the only comment on this is that this was brought to us several times. This board, we got a sense of the board at our last meeting, and what is in our packet is the final version of that. And I've checked my numbers. My numbers look correct. I can't vouch for the rest of you, but I assume at this point every commissioner's looked at this ordinance.
Is there any other commissioner comment?
Sure. I voted against the introduction. I'll vote against the approval tonight. I won't restate the full litany of my reasons, but the two most important. One, this is a change that we're making, a very dramatic change when we needed to make a marginal change. So, for example, we needed to move 500 voters from the 6th ward, from the 1st ward to the 6th ward, and we moved 2,500 voters instead. So I think it's more than we need to accomplish the goal. Second, I think it's going to make it's in part intended to make uncompetitive elections in the 6th ward and the 3rd ward, and I think that's contrary to our best interest. And lastly, that there are alternatives that were better. So in my opinion, we should all vote against it and find a better alternative.
Thanks, Don. I would also reiterate, this redistricting plan will make virtually all of Wayne within the 3rd ward. So what this will do is put the town or the commercial district in Wayne mainly in the 3rd ward, and a portion of it that previously was in the 6th ward will be excluded. And I feel that is the wrong way to go and tends to have effects that are not optimal for our elections. So I agree with Don in that. In addition, for the 2nd ward, it will institute a separate voting machine because of the portion of it will be outside of the House Legislative District. So as Don and I have both pointed out, there was a better plan that we felt was more applicable in keeping with our goals, and that this one that was put together by a partisan majority of the subcommittee that was tasked with the project really should be rejected.
Anyone else?
Well, I don't quite follow your points. I'm going to vote for this. I don't follow, particularly the first point about the town of Wayne or the commercial district of Wayne now only being represented by the commissioner who resides in the 3rd Ward. Why, the fact of the matter is that the commissioner that resides in the 1st Ward will represent the entire width and breadth of the commercial district, from Old Eagle School Road all the way down to the apartment houses at Chamonix. So I don't follow that argument at all. As to the partisanship, I don't buy that. I think honest, good faith efforts were made by the committee. Mr. Curley was in the minority. Nothing can be perfect when you redistrict. You have to do handstands to meet the criteria that are imposed upon any municipality by state law. And I think if you look at the population numbers here, they are very close to being even from Ward 1 all the way through Ward 7. And overall, I think this is a good plan, and as I said, I will vote for it.
Go ahead.
Just a brief, I just want to also, well, I'm going to support this, of course. I just want to make sure we understand the process. From here, we will vote to adopt this, and from here, this will go to the Court of Common Pleas.
Correct.
Mr. Rice?
Right.
And then also, I want to make sure that we understand we have an opportunity to give recommendations to the districts within our wards, district boundaries, precincts, sorry, precincts. So we want to make sure, do we need to do that before this is forwarded to the county?
No, this will start the process for the county. Ultimately, the Bureau,
County Board of Elections.
the Bureau of Elections gets involved, and ultimately it goes to Court of Common Pleas, who will schedule a hearing on this before it's finalized.
So we'll want to get our precinct boundaries to the County Board of Elections?
Yes.
With your
Probably.
2 polling places.
Right. Okay. That's the only questions I had. Thanks.
I'm going to go ahead and support this tonight. The numbers are vastly improved. The maximum deviation from the median ward population is 5%, which is excellent. It is also very geographically sound. When you look at the map, it makes sense, the geographic breakup. And it was the best option we had to break up the dorm populations as best we could among wards, which is a problem that's sort of unique to us in Radnor, but it is problematic, and this plan was the best at dealing with that. And yes, there are some significant changes. There are significant changes in my ward, but you know, we put this off for 20 years, and you can't put this off for 20 years and expect to do it without any significant changes. So I think we did the best that we could. The product that came out of this process is satisfying to me, and I'm happy to support it. Are there any other comments? Are there any staff comments? Would anybody from the public like to comment? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And it passes 5-2. All right, next we'll move to community development with Commissioner Curley.
So I understand we're going to have a presentation. Somebody going to lead this discussion? This is involving a liquor transfer.
Commissioner Curley, I can just provide some background on this. This is a liquor license transfer to an existing restaurant site in the township. Matthew Goldstein, I believe, is here representing the liquor license owner. And, you know, what is proposed, you have the application and supporting documents, I think, in your packet there. This is an existing restaurant that's in operation. Tonight is basically a caucus meeting to decide how you want to proceed, get any questions you have answered, and then on October 13th, I would be back with a resolution spelling out whatever conditions or any other matters that the board wanted to include in that. So, Mr. Goldstein, if you could just describe what is proposed.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Commissioner, members of the board. My name is Matthew Goldstein. I represent my client PQ Wayne Incorporated, which trades as Le Pain Quotidien. I apologize for my French. They're applicant for intermunicipal transfer of restaurant liquor license R10272 from Ridley Township into Radnor Township, specifically the location 223-225 East Lancaster Avenue in Wayne. As Mr. Rice mentioned, my client is already open and operating. They are currently unlicensed. They have a restaurant with 70 seats, 29 parking spaces in their own private lot. They are a full-service sit-down restaurant, waiter and waitress service, serving 3 meals a day. I do want to note there was one typo in the application. It mentioned 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. on weekdays. It's 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays. It is 3 meals a day. They are open and have a license at 2 other locations in the city of Philadelphia, 801 Walnut Street and 1423-25 Walnut Street. They've had both locations open since 2011 and have no liquor code violations. My client anticipates approximately 2% of their sales being in wine and beer sales. It is very much an ancillary complement to their meals, which is their primary focus. They do not intend to sell any takeout beer. They do not intend to sell any hard alcohol. In light of the foregoing, it is my position on behalf of my client that the issuance of this transfer would not be detrimental to the health and welfare of the community.
Are you willing to make that a condition that there'll be no takeout beer and there'll be no liquor sold?
I will confer with my client, but I believe so, yes. They don't at any of their other
Wait, can we get
locations.
clarification on the liquor? Are you meaning to say that the restaurant won't serve any liquor cocktails, or?
I
Or you-
don't, I will check at their other locations. They have
'Cause I don't know
77
if we
locations.
need that requirement, but
They
we.
have 77 locations nationally. It is my understanding that they are not intending to sell hard alcohol or take out beer at this location.
Okay, well, if they're willing to enter into that stipulation, that would be great. But we don't want to tie their hands. If it's a restaurant use, you know.
If the restaurant liquor license does permit a sale of up to 2 six-packs of beer to go in any one sale, as well as obviously the sale of hard alcohol. I prefer it to be voluntary, but if it's something that the board requires, then I'd take it to the client.
Is that the license, is it a beer and wine license you're getting, or is it a full license that it permits sale of alcohol?
It's a restaurant liquor license, permits beer, wine, and hard alcohol.
Yeah. Well, if you're not going to do it and you're willing to do it, to agree not to do it, we'll take it.
I'll recommend that to the client then.
You have 77 locations, is that what you said?
They have 77 locations nationally, yes.
Are 76 of them with licenses? Is this the only one without?
I believe there's a combination. I think there are others that have no.
There are others without?
Yes. The other 2 in Pennsylvania are both licensed.
Did the restaurant at that site, I think it was Cozy, did that have a liquor license? No? Not at that site? Okay. Okay, are there any questions?
So-
or-
All right, so this is the Cozy, formerly the Cozy store, which before that, remember, was Gino's, I guess, when it was in high school?
You're going way back.
Yeah, yeah. All right, and it was also, is it Chinese or Japanese?
Winds of the East.
Yeah, what's that?
Winds of the East.
Winds of the East, that's right, okay. Winds of the East, that had a liquor license, or I think it did. It did.
Well, I would like to just explore one area. You did say that you have 2 restaurants at 801 Walnut and 1423-25 Walnut.
Correct.
And with no liquor code violations.
Correct.
My experience with the state liquor code is very limited. But I do remember that years ago when I was on the board, there was a restaurant bar called Smoky Joe's here in the township.
A miner's haven, yes, sir.
Yeah, and we had a lot of trouble with them. We had a lot of trouble with underage drinking, and patrons in general acting out after they left the premises. And when we looked into the issue of can we shut them down or can we put restrictions on them, what we found out was that it is a very high burden of proof that the municipality must carry to shut down a operating establishment with a license under Pennsylvania's liquor code. So my question is, there have been no violations at 801 Walnut or 1423-25 Walnut, but to the best of your knowledge, has either one of those establishments had any other kind of difficulty that falls short of a substantive violation of the liquor code?
Not that I'm aware of, sir. The service of alcohol or service of beer and wine actually is such a minor component of their business. It's something they do like to offer to their patrons as a convenience, but it is, again, approximately 2%. I spoke with their district in Boston, I believe it is, as recently as this, I'm sorry, New York. As recently as this morning, they said it is between 1.5% and 2% of their total sales. It is a very minor component.
Okay, all right.
Quick question. My question for John Rice. John, what discretion do we have on this?
Virtually.
Very little. But the approval resolution, which is required for the transfer to occur, goes to the liquor control board or the regulatory agency, and they will consider and attach to the liquor license conditions which they deem reasonable. There is no appeal anymore in these types of cases, but the last one of these in front of you was Estea and the other restaurant, and you attached some conditions which ended up in their liquor license requirement. So, I mean, what types of conditions are you thinking about? Anything in particular?
Am I thinking? No, I'm just listening to the board's input and determining what we have the authority to control.
Yeah, there used to be a different standard until '06. I think the liquor code changed where there were appeals prior to that. There was a health, safety, and welfare component, and there could be an appeal. You could turn it down on that grounds, and there were appeals. There's no appeals anymore to county court. So Liquor Control Board pretty much controls this. One question I had for Mr. Goldstein is, will there be a bar in here?
No.
For people to come in and sit at a bar?
The configuration is the same as it is right now. and
So it's strictly restaurant with people sitting at tables? I haven't been in there, but
Yeah.
tables and booths?
Yes.
I mean, I can say that I don't think you have the same clientele and the same menu as Smokey Joe's.
No.
So
No.
that was my one visit. It would shock me if this has a resemblance to Smokey Joe's.
Yeah, I've eaten at both places in Philly, and my observation were very few people ordered anything other than wine or well, there only was wine and beer, and the servers weren't even pushing it. It was, as you said, it was a convenience.
It's not emphasized at all.
I'll ultimately vote against this because I think Radnor's got way too many liquor licenses, but I know that we have very little control over that matter.
So on that note, do we have the current count of liquor licenses in the township?
I don't know what that is.
Okay,
don't know.
because this has come up many times. I'll probably support this because this is probably a better use of a liquor license than others. But what has been happening, the trend is, for any of that haven't noticed the trend, basically all of the liquor licenses within Delaware County are moving to Radnor. So we have a disproportionate number of the licenses at this point. I would say we may even have more than half. It's a very large number of licenses that have moved into the township. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because what's happening is these licenses are being converted from the hard liquor type establishments that are pure bars to more holistic restaurant use where the emphasis is on eating, not drinking. So this is, in my opinion, this is a good thing. It's a good thing for Radnor. It's also a good thing for Delaware County because we're actually eliminating the problem bars throughout Delaware County, and we're turning them into good restaurants. So it's a good thing.
Let me just say that the state law, there used to be a law where Radnor was only entitled to maybe 40 licenses. And then they changed the law that instead of having it by township, you have them by county, and they could be anywhere in the county. So, John, there's 400 and some liquor licenses in Delaware County, and we're probably up to 60 or 70, so we don't have half, so.
I apologize, yeah.
Well, in my opinion, I'm happy to welcome this establishment to Radnor. This, in my opinion, is a good use of a liquor license. This is the type of establishment that we want, and the more successful high-end restaurants, there's obviously a limit, but this is the type of business that we'd like to welcome, that we'd like to have be successful. And at 2% of your business, I can't imagine that this is going to really change the atmosphere or demeanor of the restaurant. So I will be supporting it. Is there any other comment from any other commissioner?
Well,
I guess the only other condition that we usually put on is that if it changes to a different restaurant, that we'd like them to come back and ask the approval of the Radnor Township Commissioners. Can we do that, John? How do we do that?
You can certainly.
If they sold out to a bar and restaurant.
You can put that in the resolution, and I guess part of that is that there be no bar area in there. I mean, a typical bar area. Is that an acceptable condition, Mr. Goldstein?
Again, I'll ask the client. There are conditions. I actually just did one of these in Exton in Chester County. If the main primary operation of the business changes, or if it moves to another location within Radnor Township, that it would have to come back before the board.
The license, you mean?
Correct. Any applicant to either take over the place, change the operation, or to move it somewhere else in Radnor Township, which ordinarily would just have to go to the liquor board, would have to come back before the board.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay.
Can you explain what change the operation you said, or move? Those are the conditions under which it would be back before the Board of Commissioners. Can you define those, so clarify those for me?
It's something that is a little bit fluid. As far as moving to another location, that's obviously any other location in Radnor Township. As far as changing the operation, the one that I just had in Exton was a little easier to define because it was a movie theater with a restaurant liquor license in it. This, if you could change it to either a change to greater than X number of bar seats, or a change to greater than X% of sales as food and alcohol, or as alcoholic beverages. It's fluid, and it's up to the board to determine what you would want to have come back before you. I would request it's something de minimis, where if they maybe served in one additional area or slightly changed their method of operation, it wouldn't require them to come back, but it's up to you to determine what you consider a large enough change to bring it back here.
Well, we have in the past put a maximum sales percentage figure. I could see that as a reasonable
We did that for
condition.
Estia.
Yeah,
We
so like something like 5%, no more than 5% of the sales would be alcoholic beverages.
But it would have to be higher than that. But I think if they agree not to have alcohol, take out beer, and not agree to have a bar, that's good. Anybody else comes in, can operate. Anybody wants to change those three things has to go back to the commissioners. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah.
So this is just a caucus. We're not actually voting, but I want to make sure that we can, that you get the messages that we've all been talking about.
Sure.
We talked about a condition with the change of operation having to come back to the board. We talked about no liquor sales and no takeout. We talked about no separate bar area. Is the maximum sales of alcohol something we're interested in, or?
No, it's wine and beer.
Right.
I don't want to put a number on that.
Okay.
All
right.
Look, if we're going to let businesses come into Radnor, why are you putting all these conditions on this gentleman's client? We didn't do this on North Wayne Avenue. You're going to handicap them.
No.
It's
We're not-
difficult enough to survive as a restaurant in this township. We just had one go out of business at the Carmel
Jim-
Wine Bar.
Jim, I agree with you. But if they're willing to do it, then we should do it.
And believe me, if
They
they
can always
feel
come
that
back
this
to
will
us. If they're willing to
handicap
just
them,
have
he'll
only
come
beer
back.
and not have takeout beer and only have wine, if that's their business and that's their model and that's what they're going to do and they're willing to agree to it, if they're not willing to agree to it, I might vote with them. But if you're willing to do it, and if you're not going to have a bar, agree to that. All that means, Jim, is you want to come in and you want to sell alcohol, or you want to have a bar, then you have to come back to the board and we'll discuss it again. That's all. I'm not trying to tie their hands. I'm happy they're here and I want to support them.
Once a decision is made with the conditions, it's going to be hard to move 4 votes to reverse it if he does come back in.
Well,
Well-
these conditions don't seem very
Onerous.
onerous on this application.
They aren't, but
But we don't want
they're-
another, I don't want to say
it's,
on-
they're
No, we
unequal.
moved all those to Bryn Mawr so that your ward and my ward have to put up with them.
Well, you'll report back to us if your client feels that any of these are onerous or will handicap the business.
The only two, I know the takeout beer, I know the no hard alcohol, but the only two things that may be of concern would be, first of all, the percentage is
Well, we're not doing
beyond their,
percentage.
is beyond their control. The other is, if they were to do a small bar, but it was only a wine bar, still no hard alcohol, again, I don't see that as
Okay.
necessarily a
As long as they,
a
if they don't
problem.
have a bar with, alcohol, they can have any other kind of bar they want, a beer bar, a wine bar, as long as it's not an alcohol bar.
Well, I don't think Commissioner Spengler speaks for the group. There is a drawing that's here, and it looks like there's 2 separate bars that are there right now. I guess there's really not enough, but can you explain what those, there's 2 big tables, and then it looks like there's 2 bars. Are those just counters or registers, or how does this work?
They were serving muffins there when I was there.
It's a muffin bar.
I haven't been there, so.
Is Kent here?
Can the board, can we get a consensus on this? If they agree to nothing more than beer and wine, meaning if they agree to no hard liquor, we don't need any other control. But if they don't agree to that, then maybe we want to look at a percentage, maybe 20% of sales on alcohol.
My sense is similar to Jim's, that you're trying to overregulate, excuse me, a reasonable business partner, so.
We went from 2 to 5 to 20 all of a sudden. What I would say is, what I would propose is that we have it would come before the board for any change in operation at the discretion of the board, or at the reasonable discretion of the board. So it's impossible for us in the abstract to determine whether a wine bar is enough of a change. We'd have to look at it at that time. But I think it would be appropriate to bring that back to the board. Otherwise, I agree with limiting it to beer and wine. And I don't think it's a good idea to have another place where we can have takeout beer in Wayne. I don't think that's a good idea. So I like to have that as a condition as well, the no takeout.
The client is fine with that. I spoke to them this morning.
Right across the street, you have a beer place, a bottle of beer you want.
Starbucks?
Right. So we don't need any more. Is my point. So those bars are in the. See the drawing right there? Can you explain what those are?
To the front by the doors
Yeah.
is actually a barista counter. It's
Okay.
coffee and espresso machines, and that's kind of a hallway, so it looks like. And then behind that is a planter. Perpendicular to that, it's a planter. We'll have plants inside and the tables along that. But there's no bar.
There's no bar.
There's no bar
That's not a
in the
bar
restaurant,
right there.
So there's
The only
no,
thing that would be
there's
close to a bar is where the.
there's no
the
bar
barista
seats
counter.
existing.
Correct.
Okay.
It's all tables.
And the way this works is that the Liquor Control Board, we don't set the conditions, they're added to their liquor license, we send it up. So
Right.
if someone wanted to change this ownership of this license, do they have to go back to the Liquor Control Board? Can they
Yeah,
just?
yeah, they would, and they could send them back to us. I mean, they're going to take our resolution and use that as a guide to attach conditions, assuming they're reasonable and are acceptable by the applicant. But the sense I have, and I'm going to have a resolution prepared in advance of your next meeting on the 13th. I will circulate that, and the conditions will be in there. You'll have an opportunity to comment on those before the 13th. And Mr. Goldstein, are you okay with extending this decision till October 13th?
Sure.
Okay, because there's a 45-day clock running here, and we're probably going to be beyond it by October 13th. But you're okay coming back on the 13th? And then I'll speak with Mr. Goldstein between now and then and find out which conditions are acceptable and which are not, and I'll communicate that to the board. But it sounds like most of what the board's concerned about, the takeout, the hard liquor sales and the bar sales of liquor.
And also, I would also add change in operation is a concern.
Yeah, but I don't know what that means, Rich.
Well, I don't either. That's why I want to have a chance to review it. And then the other issue would be change in control. Right now, it's PQ Wayne, Inc. If there's a change in control without a change in operation, we should still approve that as well? Or is that beyond what
That's
you would
beyond.
expect?
Because the underlying company is somewhat large, again, they have 77 locations. If they change around shareholders or whatnot, but the company itself remains basically the same, I'd rather not have to come back through the process, as long as, again, the
Well, new
restaurant
ownership
stays the
could
same.
be, I mean, if it's change in control, 51% or more of the control is changed for PQ Inc.
If it's changed, yes.
Anybody could take that over. So it's a private company, right, or is it public?
It's private.
It's a private company, privately held. So with a liquor license, I think it'd be prudent for us to have another review upon it, changing control of, this looks like it's a C Corp for federal income tax
Why would
purposes.
you want that? You
Right, we
don't
don't
know
need to-
you
we
don't
don't
know
need
who
to
the
decide
shareholders
this
are
tonight.
now.
Yeah,
Why
that's-
would you want to know who the new shareholders are if you don't know who the shareholders
I
are?
think it's just his
Can we
opinion,
find-
it's fine.
Are the existing shareholders, are they listed in here? Are the,
I believe it's in the liquor license application at the end of it.
so.
Yeah, we don't
That-
care who
that's
the
why.
owner, we don't care who the owners are. All we're caring about is
Yeah,
operation.
Bill doesn't care, but people who are prudent
Well,
would
I'm sure
care.
the majority of the board doesn't care.
We don't want to have.
Okay, I'm going to try and move us along now. And we're not voting tonight, but I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this, just more for your benefit, to see if there's any angry mob that's forming. I don't think there is, but if there's anybody else that would like to speak to
We
this.
do see who these are. They're right in here.
I'm going to go ahead and invite up public comment.
The last time this location was up for a transfer.
Can you give your name, Ken?
Oh, yes, sure. Kenneth Taylor, Willow Avenue. The last time this location was up for action by this board, there was concern about outside dining and/or amplified music or performance music or PA systems calling customers because the rear of this property abuts residential on Luella Court. And Jim, I think that is a proper examination into the application. And just if there is going to be no outside dining, no amplified music, no PA system to page customers to their seats on the inside, then my concerns are nil.
So Ken, the outdoor dining ordinance prohibits amplified music. So
Anyway, that's not handled under the license here. That's handled, our zoning officer, when they grant their CO and license to operate,
Maybe
they're
we-
bound by the original rules.
Maybe we were overreaching last time when this
Maybe.
when Cozy was in, but that was my recollection, that there was some concern because it abuts residential properties to the rear.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to comment?
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I think the board's familiar with myself and other residents' opposition to the Estia and the Pietro's applications. And I can run through a quick list of reasons why we think this should be denied and certainly scrutinized very carefully by the board. And I'll keep it short. And there's a sad reason why I'm keeping this short, because you've just granted 15 minutes. How many 15-minute slots do you have in a typical Monday meeting? And you've graced these people with a preliminary caucus. It's not provided for in the ordinance. They're supposed
Most of the time was our questioning, not his speaking.
It looked like elbow rubbing. And I
Talk to the
object.
issue, talk to the issue, Jim.
I really object to the open bias that seems to be already apparent before they even had a hearing. As I said, I'll keep it brief. You've talked about the percentage in Radnor, and it is indeed astronomical, and that should give you extra care when you do hear this. Please use your discretion, because the people in this township drive Lancaster Pike. It's a glowing picture we have, but what is the cumulative effect of license after license? If this business has some kind of extra jazz that we want to encourage in Radnor, you shouldn't give it to other people before them, because you're piggybacking and you're accumulating. With all respect, the conditions you put on the last two licenses, in fact, the last three licenses that were granted, they're supposed to be sworn to by one of the shareholders or directors of the entity. and they were not. They were submitted in list form, and there's no sworn statements in the folders for the conditions that these people are supposed to adhere to. Your certificates have never, to my knowledge, I've been doing this for 7 years, have never included the moral aspect. There's not supposed to be any impingement on the morals, health, or safety of Radnorites. And if you're talking about neighborhoods and noise, there is still a moral aspect, and there's a moral aspect in the downtown business sector as well, because there's so many children, and there's a middle school there. And there's, just as an example, the Water Ice place is open till 10 o'clock summer nights. Mr. Rice has said there's very little discretion to you, but there's enormous discretion to you, and there's another reason. With the business located in the business sector, there aren't any neighborhoods, although across the train tracks, of course, had a valid issue about noise. But there are very few citizens living within that little zone of interest that will take the time or the wherewithal to come in here. So that being a peculiarity of the law, please use your ability to keep downtown Wayne free of glut. And finally, you have used percentage business quotas as far as 15% of our total business will be liquor sales. Please try to do that again. I don't know if it's enforceable, but it seems to me in the last list of conditions, you simply used the percentage of net. And have you gone to anyone like Anthony's Pizza, the hard crust pizza, to ask them for their year-end statistics?
Well, Jim, we're going for zero. We're going for zero here on liquor.
If that is what they choose to agree to, I'm amazed. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to make public comment?
Hello, Board. Brent Erickson, Poplar Avenue. Just wanted to make a couple comments here. I'm here on my own accord. Just heard some reservations from the board without firsthand experience, so understandably so, and appreciate that. Want to let you know I've been there once, sat outside, very enjoyable experience. As far as it's not applicable, but some outside music would have been nice to cut down on the street traffic, so I don't think there's any kind of noise issue there. As far as bar, no bar, there were a couple barista areas. It's certainly not someplace someone's going to belly up for the afternoon. If someone was standing away for a table or whatnot, it's as you mentioned, it's the type of place we'd like to have in the Wayne area. As far as drinks and goes like that, it's a nice place to go for brunch after church, and that's what we did. And would have loved to have a mimosa with my eggs, but wasn't able to. And hopefully we'll do that next time. But I really don't see it as being a person there that there's really no major concerns there directly for there. Now outside percentages and whatnot, that's up to you. But as one of the few people I think that have been there, I would wholeheartely support it. And as being a resident of Wayne for only 3 years now, seeing the shutdown cozy for half that time, I want to see a place prosper there, because it's not a good situation to invite friends and family in and show closed storefronts. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay, well, I think you've gotten a nice portion of feedback, and you'll work with our solicitor, and we'll look at a draft and move from there. Thank you very much. Okay, next we move on to Public Works and Engineering, and Commissioner Higgins will introduce the next item.
Thank you. The first item is Resolution 2014-86, authorization to execute an application for the 2014 Keystone Recreation Grant Program for public libraries for our Radnor Memorial Library to replace our heating and ventilating system and do a bathroom ADA upgrade. I will move the passage of this resolution.
Second.
So just to give a quick synopsis of where we are with this, the library is doing a lot of work at their spot. They're expanding, and one of the projects they're doing is improving their HVAC and adding some bathrooms, upgrading and adding a handicap bathroom. And they are applying well, together we are applying for a Keystone grant from the state, which is a $1 million grant for that particular aspect of the project. And if that $1 million grant is given, it's actually a $500,000 grant with a match from the municipality. So the discussion tonight is whether this board is going to partner and apply for this grant, understanding that it is a commitment from us to spend half of it on the building for those uses. We have set aside in our budget $246,000 from an old loan that was meant for the library and was earmarked for HVAC upgrading. So, and that money is already set aside and earmarked. So the practical question that we're addressing tonight is the second half of that commitment, which is about $250,000. And the discussion that we'll have tonight is as if we are in a position and willing to make that commitment, that if this grant is awarded, that we would come up with that well, we already have the first half, but the second half of the $500,000. We have some question. I have some questions about it, whether we need it all in 2015 or whether we could spread it out to 2015, 2016, and I'm not sure of the answer of that right yet. And we have some options, which I think our finance department, Bill White, will talk about how we might come up with that second $250,000, either in 2015 or 2016, if possible. I will say I personally am very 100% in favor of coming up with this money. This is our building that we own, the township building. A township owns this building. And in my opinion, it is our most valuable building. It is the building and the asset that we own that more people in Radnor use than any other building. Over 200,000 people a year use that building, which is far more than this building or any park. I mean, it's really one of our most heavily used assets. And it serves every aspect of our population, little kids, elderly people. It's one of those assets that we have that serves everyone for free. And we have over 15,000 cardholders of our residents. I might be wrong about that, but I think that's about what the number is. So, and there are only 30,000 residents here. So half of our residents have a library card. That's incredible. So in my opinion, if there's one thing worth investing in this township, it's our library, especially because the asset's ours. In the end, the building is ours. That belongs to the residents, and so heavily used. So I would like to discuss how we can come up with a way to come up with a second 250, and that is my position. So I'll invite my colleagues to join in.
The question I had, many times in the past when we've approved submitting applications for grants, it was with the understanding that even if the grant was awarded, we didn't have to accept it. However, this reads as if the vote tonight commits us.
It's just an application, correct?
Well, it says, be it further resolved, if we're selected, that we will, and it's got 4 things there that look pretty much like we're committing.
That's what it says.
Okay, I just want to be very clear with that, that when we vote on this tonight, it is a firm commitment.
Yeah, wait, would you be ready to?
I have some things that I'd like to say, but I'd rather hear from Bill first
Okay.
because perhaps he will address them.
Sure. So we have a couple options in front of us to fund this, and as Elaine, as you summarized, I'll focus on the $253,000 difference that we have between the amount of funds that were returned back to the township in 2010 from the bond proceeds from 2004. We can utilize cash reserves that are already in the general fund. That would make the money available immediately, and it could be used however we choose, depending on what the construction timetable is. That
gives us the most flexibility. We could put the $253,000 into next year's, the 2015 portion of the capital plan and incorporate that in the overall budget discussion, which then it becomes part of the overall ebbs and flows of the different things that go into the budget and has an ultimate impact to the bottom line that I can't sit here right now and predict, but it would make the funds available next year, provided that we receive the grant. A third option could be some sort of financing, and that the options there are there are plenty. You know, we can do something as simple as a bank loan. We know we're going to be in the bond market here in the next couple months with the Ardrossan issue. We could tie it to that. I'm not sure that's the most economical. I think that's going to be pretty expensive. There might be a cheaper way to do it through a bank since it's just a small amount, but we haven't had the chance to run those numbers yet. So I think for tonight, it's a matter of saying, yes, we, the board, are agreeing to allocate $500,000, and we will figure out a way to come up with the 253 in the most economical fashion possible between now and when the grant we learn what the result of the grant is, and it becomes part of our discussions over the next few months.
This is money for the library.
So those are the options from the township's perspective. I mean, there's always other options if there's donors or fundraisers or those types of things as well. So.
Can I ask one or two more questions? Bill, do we want to categorize these improvements to the building as long-life assets? Are they 30-year assets? Like the elevator, the restroom ADA compliance, I consider these 30-year.
Yeah, that would be the max end. You wouldn't go beyond 30, but somewhere between, I think reasonably 20 to 30 is where you'd put a building life.
So it would not be inappropriate to use, bond money for that use?
It certainly would not be inappropriate, no.
Okay.
I'm just, without running different sets of numbers and figuring out where we could get the best interest rate, I'm not sure it's the most economic. That's
right.
But it would be appropriate.
And do we have any sense of the useful life of the building at this point? We've talked about this for 7 years that I've been on the board. My only concern is, do we put it, if we're going to use bond money, suppose we decide to use bond money and we have 30-year money on this building for this improvement, but then we realize the useful life of the building is only 10 years, and then some board in the future is tearing down the building. The taxpayers are on the hook for the 30-year money for a building that doesn't even exist anymore. So I just want to make sure that we're not.
That's absolutely true, and I guess that's part of the risk. The other part that to keep in mind is the amount itself is not that significant. Usually, we're having those kind of discussions when we're talking about millions. In this case, we're $250,000, so we have, I think, a little bit more financial flexibility, and maybe we don't need to expose ourselves to the asset life risk if we could find something shorter that works.
Well, John,
the cash reserves.
With regard to your point about a concern that the building is pushing up against its useful life, I think we all know that the library is embarking on, independently, separately from this Keystone grant application, a program to redo portions of the library to make it more usable for 21st century users. And so that's a $2 million investment, $2 million program. So if our 7 of us have any concerns about whether this building is pushing up against its useful life in the next 5 or 10 years, then we probably don't want to make this grant application.
So I'm fine. The only other question I have is, it sounds like the things that are on this list are very important and needed, and the only question is, what's Plan B if we don't get the Keystone grant? Does this plan fall apart, and then what happens? I guess they don't need to have the elevator, but they want to make it ADA compliant.
I think specific to the elevator, and I don't know, if I'm incorrect, someone please correct me, but I think the library was going to fund the elevator portion of the improvements. So
We're talking about the HVAC and the restroom piece of this.
All right, thank you. No further.
Is there anybody else? that
Yeah, I had a
wanted to-
few. So first, of the options that Bill identified, I like the idea of the capital plan. We have to see this expense against the backdrop of other expenses, in my opinion. So for me, that's the method of preference. So for me, the library is a high priority, and it's a much higher priority than many of the things the board has chosen to spend money on over the past few years. Part of my frustration with this is that I want to be more willing to do this, but the expenses that we've had over the last, some of them discretionary and some of them significant, have made it harder to dedicate money to a project like this. I think this is a very valuable project. Ultimately, I anticipate supporting it, but I'm troubled by, we have to stop at some point, and I think we have spent a lot of money on discretionary projects that I think we should not have over the past 4 or 5 years. I think this is a higher priority than many of the other things. Like even as much as I love trails, I think we got to give some, this is why we're going to look at it in the backdrop of a capital plan. We've got to look at this against some of our other capital expenses and essentially prioritize. And then this last one would be a question. It's sort of piggybacking on what John said. I was under the assumption that this was contingent upon and in parallel with the work that was being done to extend the useful life of the library. And so if it's not, then both John and Jim raised that point. We have to address that. But I was under the impression, now, is that accurate, Bill? You know the answer to that?
I'm sorry,
I
Commissioner.
apologize. I was catching up with
Steve.
John on the
So
legality.
I'm not sure I quite understand your question.
Meaning I thought that this would have been a piece of that larger puzzle that essentially extended the life of the building, three decades into the future, probably 5, 6, 7 decades. And I thought this was a part of that, such that if we got if the library realized its vision, this would just be the first step toward that larger vision.
Well, so originally, as Commissioner Higgins had said, the library is embarking on a much larger renovation expansion, and these things were included. And I'm not speaking for the library. I know Kathy's here. Looking at the near term, we met with library officials. Looking at the near term, it seemed, and I agree with, there's quite a bit of value in pulling these out of that original project, because that could take several years. And I don't know the last time any of the board members have been in the library. From an ADA standpoint and just from the aspect of their age, the restrooms do need upgrading. And, I think Kathy came up with a great idea. Let's try to do this up front so that the library is more efficient and usable and user-friendly. For me, one of the driving issues of this is the HVAC system. We've spent almost $28,000 in the last 1 year and 9 months. Before I came on board, we did a $21,000 Band-Aid, and then we spent several $1,000s in that time. So we're probably pushing $60,000 in the last few years, just constantly patching this HVAC system. That's 10% of the cost of the new system. So long story short, we met with Kimmel Bograt and said, what can we do? Because it wasn't easy just to pull this out. What can we do to take advantage of this grant and bring the library up to modern standards, the ADA standards, not just from a compliance standpoint, but from the benefit to our community, to allow people to use it and be more comfortable using it. So it's based on 3 items. The HVAC system, which at one point, and we are going to have a plan, because if this does not go through, we need to do something to the HVAC. Even with all the money we've spent, it's not very comfortable. And for staff, it gets to be unbearable. The bathrooms, to bring them into compliance, and the elevator made good sense in that to access the lower floor, you don't leave, go around, come back in, and go down. So they were originally part of the big plan, but knowing there's a gap, and we don't know how long that gap is, it seemed smart to move forward with this part of the project.
Right, and so the nature of my question, I think it's the same as John and Jim's, is that if, can these be used, these items that we would purchase be used in the larger,
Yeah.
the later vision?
Yes, Kimmel Bogret was given specific instruction that the HVAC had to be designed to work with the proposed project that comes forward, as will the elevator. I mean, we won't be moving the elevator in the next project. It's all
So
part of what
fair
it is.
enough to say, to characterize it as the first step in the bigger investment, not a separate or distinct investment?
It can stand alone, but it is part of the bigger project. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comments or
Well,
questions?
just one thing. I don't think, we have two members of the one member of the board in the audience, and we have our executive director, but we've had the architectural firm study this for about a year. If there are any warning signs that this building is not worth continuing, it is 35 years old. It dates from 1979. If there are any warning signs, it would seem to me that we would have been told about those by now.
They were not brought up in the original feasibility study.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole plan was to move forward with the current building, expand and renovate the existing building.
And that's the way I interpreted the feasibility study, to essentially make that determination that
Yes.
the building is worth investing in as
Yes.
opposed to demolishing.
Good. And the library board, I believe, has fully subscribed to that understanding. And so in light of that, then I think this is, let's go forward.
So, would,
Madam President, if I may?
yes.
I know this will come across as anti-library and that, which I'm not. But I think if we have to look at this of what the township has done with buildings. When you look at a building here of $17 million and we use 33% of it, isn't the best use of those funds. When I started here, the township decided to forgive them with the borrowing that was given, how that money was to be used. So now we look at a big project that we've spent money for, to look at a $3 million renovation to the library. Right now, I know it's nice to say there's an opportunity of grant, and the township manager's anti-library, we have an opportunity for $500,000. The issue is you have a $3 million project you have to do. My experience with projects like this is we do this renovation now. When we move on with the $3 million, you are going to add additional costs to make these things match up. You're talking about an HVAC system to operate that entire building. When you renovate that, there are going to be changes to that. The issue, I think you have an opportunity here that what I would prefer the board look at is, instead of doing this, that we look at the opportunity to fund the $3 million. And then if the library board, through their fundraising efforts, can do that to pay this bond down, I think it would be the process of looking at the totality of the project. Because at the end of the day, I believe that the library board has looked at and agreed to the $3 million renovation, which was presented here in front of the board, which I did not hear anyone say this is not a good idea to do. So I think when we look at the borrowing that's coming up in regards to our Ardrossan and the opportunities to borrow additional funds for something like this, I think we would look at the project in the big picture of what this is going to look at. We have submitted a state capital budget grant for $500,000 for the library expansion project. Whether or not we're successful at that or not, but I think we should look at the big project of getting this done, because we can do this project. We have there's no timeline of when the additional $2 million will come. And if there's a match point on behalf of the township, there's another additional millions that the township's going to have to come up with that time. I think we address this straight on. And we know we've got a project because we have so many other priorities that sit in front of the township here that we don't have funding mechanisms for. That I think we would look at this, that here's a project, let's take care of this project, so let's do it right the first time. Instead of we're going to piecemeal this, it's going to come back. I would look at the board I would think it would be a better thing to look at the full project.
Can I just clarify what you're saying? Because I'm not really sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying the $3 million option was, I think, the most expensive of the ones that were proposed. You're saying
I don't believe
just
that
fund
was
the whole thing right now out of bond money? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is that we not piecemeal the project, because right now we're looking at doing ADA compliance and that we're not doing the full renovation. And I believe the $3 million was not the highest project, highest cost.
I will add that the sum of the parts is greater than the whole. So township manager is correct in that by pulling these out, we are spending more money than when just moving forward with the big project.
And you're putting forth the notion of adding this on to a bond issue?
Correct. The board will
The
be
lump
looking at,
sum.
you will be looking at the bond issue that's coming up here in regards to the purchase of our Ardrossan. At the same time, when we go out and sell those, I believe it will be very cost-effective for us to be able to look at doing that at that time. And then whenever the library can raise those funds to be able to pay back for that, I think it would be a better option because, again, we are going to see, architects can argue anything they want. At the end of the day, I've seen and experienced that it's going to cost us more to match these pieces up than just moving forward and just doing it.
So Bob,
Okay,
is
so
that-
now might be an appropriate time to ask if one of the, I see the library representatives here, to come up and give us an idea of the timeline for the project.
I want to ask a follow-up to Bob.
Okay.
Though. Bob, I hear that as being contrary to what you've told us for years is going to be the position of staff, that we should have a capital fund and then we should pay for capital things from the capital fund. And so not go out and borrow money for this.
I would say that was true, but we haven't done that. The board hasn't established that funding mechanism for capital. But here again, you have a permanent improvement into a building facility. The capital improvement is you've got expenses in vehicles and equipment, the day-to-day operations that we have, is to start funding those. But also you're looking at significant costs for park improvements that are coming down the road that are going to hit us big time. So there are options for that. But here is an opportunity where you're going to, for the 30 years, you're investing into a facility, into a property, which
Okay,
meet that criteria.
let's hear from the library, the timeline of the larger project in connection with this Keystone grant and the projects that it includes.
Okay, I'm Kathy Mulroy. I'm the Executive Director of the Radnor Library. First of all, I'd like to say my board and I are going, huh? Because this is the first we've heard this. We think that, I think, from what I'm gathering from the 4 or 5 of us that are here, that yes, to move forward with the full project with funding in place makes a lot of sense because you've got your parameter of your budget, you build the project to what you have. We are, as we have explained, we have proposed this because we're not in a position to put up the money up front. This was a way to chunk off a part of this project, get matching state funds for it, and as Steve said, to build this as the first step in this project. Now, parallel to that, we were going to be doing fundraising. Now, the timing on the grant is they won't even tell us if we have the money until spring. Then I'm sure you've all gone through the lovely process of writing a contract with the state, which usually takes 2 to 3 months because they have their language and then you have your language and then you fight it back and forth. So the earliest the actual award would be occurring would be in mid-2015. At which point we have to do all the drawings, we have to do all the specifications. That falls to the township because, as you've pointed out, that's your building. You actually run this project. You are the recipient of the grant in this case. At that point, we are then, as we've already done in order to make this grant more attractive to the state, we've thrown in $250,000 of library savings into the $1.25 million that we're showing this project to be, to cover the cost of the bathrooms, basically. Because we know that one of the reasons we were unsuccessful the last time was that we did not address ADA issues, and we wanted to do that. If the township is prepared to float a bond, as you did the last time when the building was built, in 1976, the voters of this township approved a bond issue. Built a building, we opened in 1980. If you're in a position to do that up front, we would, of course, be prepared to go out and try to raise money to pay you back. We can't guarantee we'll raise it all, but I think we would be in a position and willing to do that. And we also have some of our own funds that we have put aside over time that we would then reimburse you for some of those costs or some of those cost overruns. That, as we did the last time, the $1 million you bonded out the last time did not cover the cost of the building. We had originally asked Mr. Kimmel to not include furnishings in his bid prices.
because we figured that was going to be our part, definitely, we would have to cover. They are in that larger number figure at this point. So, I mean, I think we can negotiate this out, but I think all of us would be overjoyed if we knew that the township was going to support the entire project at this point, and we can move forward. And I echo Steve's comment. Ultimately, something really big in that HVAC system is going to go kaboom. And we're going to have a huge problem and a huge emergency expense rather than fixing it correctly and getting some efficiencies in the building. So we're looking at 16 probably at the earliest for groundbreaking. So I don't know if that helps you with the timing of this.
Okay, well, let's think something through together logistically. The question in front of us tonight is whether to commit to fund this discrete project to start things off. Should we decide, yes, we'll do that tonight, and in 2 months we go out to take money out for another bond, and we decide, you know what, let's just take the money out for the library. Is the decision, the money, this Keystone grant application, is that all still valid?
Yes.
Even in that situation where we've sort of changed the plans to be a bigger project?
Absolutely. That's not a problem.
Can
You can ask any.
Does staff have any? All right. So the question in front of us tonight doesn't really change. It's possible that this is a little bit of a surprise to me too, this notion. So I think we need to do a little thinking about it and what it would mean, how it would look in the numbers to take all that extra money out. And frankly, here's the problem with that plan. Once the money is borrowed and it's there, it's harder to fundraise for because it's already covered. It's much harder to fundraise for. To go to your donors and say, could you give $5,000 to pay back the township? That's a hard sell.
Can I just interject here? But it sounds like we wouldn't need the match dollars until sometime mid next year?
Oh, at the earliest,
the
because you don't
earliest.
really, when you're going to start spending money is when you actually start paying
break
the people
ground.
to do the plans and do the specs. So we've got about a year from now.
Right.
Commissioner Fisher, if I may,
Yes.
just the only caveat is, so as part of this grant, the finance director is going to have to provide a photocopy of an account, a bank account, showing the $500,000. And then based on, as the library director noted, so if all goes well, then if you look on the second page, we show our $90,000 for design and engineering. So sometime third quarter next year, that would begin.
So my only point is that we have from now till then to decide whether to treat this entire project, this smaller piece and the bigger piece, as a 30-year capital improvement of the library. You know, now we don't want to buy carpeting and chairs and things with 30-year money, but the point is, if we decide to wrap this into some bond issue next year, we could do that. Just my opinion is, if you're doing capital improvement to a long life asset, the whole point of the bond issue is that the current taxpayers are paying part of it, but all the future taxpayers that get the benefit 10, 15, 20, 25 years down the road are also paying their fair share. So it's not, you know, the question is, do we want to subsidize the next 3 generations of kids going through the library now, or do we want to spread that among all the parents over the next 30 years? So that's just my point of
But
view.
John, the thing is, the last 5 years, we haven't done any bond issues. We want to stay away from bond issues as much as we can. If we can find a way to pay it, we want to do it. We don't want to do bond issue after bond issue.
No, I
That's the problem
recognize
we had
that.
in the
Yeah,
past.
I don't-
And we're talking about $250,000, so we shouldn't be talking about a bond issue for this. We should just do
No,
this.
I'm also, I mentioned before, Plan B, if we don't get the grant money.
Fine.
What are we going to do?
Right.
So-
Okay, so I'm going to corral us back in to the question at hand tonight, and that is whether to support this Keystone grant, which we would want even if we went to market for a bond. So I'm going to ask that we put the question of whether to go to a bond market for the rest of the money to the side, and we'll deal with that in the upcoming weeks. Tonight, we're discussing whether to do this match. have the commissioners finished with their comments on that issue? Does staff have any more comment on that?
Commissioner, I do have
Yes.
one, just on the capital. So the HVAC in this small, and even in the larger project, is not a 30-year item. You know, the ductwork would be, but the actual mechanicals, 12 to 15 years tops on them, if that adds anything to the process.
Okay, thank you.
But Steve, still, that's considered a capital item.
I mean,
12 to
from our
15
accounting
years.
standpoint, it is, but I know the board is looking at a 30-year term. So it doesn't fall into that, whereas the rest of the work
But
does.
under typical definition of capital item for municipal project, a 12 to 15-year piece of HVAC would be a piece of capital equipment.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this before we vote? All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. I don't believe it was moved.
I'll make a motion.
Would somebody like to second it?
I moved
You did
it be introduced, yes. I think it was,
And Commissioner Spengler has now seconded, in case it wasn't seconded.
And it's a resolution, so you're moving for adoption.
adoption, sorry.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? One opposed? Okay, it passes by a vote of 6 to 1.
All right, thank you. The next item. This is the presentation of the North Wayne Field Stormwater Basin study by Chagrin Valley Engineers of Chagrin, Ohio. And we have with us tonight the engineer who oversaw the study, Mr. Ryan Cummins, and I'll just provide a little bit of history. In October 2013, this board approved the engineering for a replacement of the existing stormwater system at North Wayne Field with a new system that would improve the flood control capabilities by an assessment that we would control a 10-year storm. And the cost estimate came back from Mr. Cummins' organization of $603,000, $605,855. And last spring, there were people that in the community that felt that the Board of Commissioners had not done an adequate evaluation of other options other than this option E, which I just referred to. And we had a meeting at the Township Garage on June 30th as a result of a request by many of the residents. And everybody had a chance to speak. It was really a free-for-all that night. But as a result of that, we went ahead, the township manager authorized Mr. Cummins' company to go back and look at other options. And he has done that, and he's ready tonight to present those options. So that's basically the background. I think unless Mr. Norsini has something to add, Mr. Cummins, you can go ahead.
I'm just going to quickly sort of set the stage for how we're going to handle this. This is a little unusual because this is an issue that was already voted upon, and we're revisiting. So what we're going to do logistically is we're going to have Mr. Cummins give his presentation and the options that came out of that process. Then we're going to have audience comment, and we're going to try very hard to keep that succinct and try and give everybody a chance to speak who wants to. And then at the end of all that, since there is already a legislative action that has been taken, we will see if there's anyone on the board who would like to move to proactively change pathway. If we decide to keep with the October 2013 vote, there is actually no action tonight. So I just wanted to explain that to set up our discussion. Thank you, Mr. Cummins. Welcome.
All right. Welcome. Thank you very much, commissioners and members of the public. As stated, my name is Ryan Cummins. I'm with Chagrin Valley Engineering, and we did go back and take a look at some other options, possibly for North Wayne, mainly in the area of underground detention.
Okay. The option E that was spoken of that has been here before Radnor previously included the complete removal of the existing detention system. We did look at two options for underground detention. One of them was a chamber system. The other was a row of perforated conduits, similar to what the existing system is. Both options have the ability to provide infiltration, and both of the underground options would be an expansion of the current system. The current system would stay in place, unlike if there was an open or above-ground system. This is a drawing of the existing conditions. We have about 1 acre-feet of storage that has an existing 18-inch storm sewer outlet and controls through the 2-year storm. This is the option that had been talked about previously. This was the option that was presented in June. Provides just shy of 3.6 acre-feet, so over 3.5 times the amount of storage as the existing system. It is an open above-ground detention basin. It also includes the construction of a 30-inch storm sewer outlet and has the estimated cost of just over $600,000. The first system, the underground system we looked at, is called a storm trap. Again, the same amount of storage as the above ground, just for comparison. Basically, you would excavate out the area where the system would be placed. You would put the system in, and then you would cover back over. And when you're done, it would be grassed and used just as it is now. The look would basically be the same. One thing to note, for comparison, want to just show, size for size, and that's the 3.5 acre-feet of storage. It is important to note when we did our preliminary modeling for the system, to go to an underground system, it does have to be slightly larger than the above-ground system to have the same operational characteristics. So that's why down in the corner, we say that it's a 19% increase in storage volume for them to operate the same. We presented both for comparison, but if in practice, it would have to be slightly larger. This is an example from the Storm Trap website of the system. It's basically concrete chambers that are constructed. You can have an open type bottom, so you can take advantage of any infiltration that the site may have, and that would be what was proposed at this location. And then, as you can see in the picture on the right, you construct over the top. In this particular case, the area would be regrassed and returned to a baseball field or soccer field as it is now. Cost estimate, I'll go back just a second. Cost estimate for the storm trap system, just over $2.2 million. If you wanted to be exactly the same operationally, you would be at $2.4 million. The township also requested that we look at a similar type system to what is there now, which is large diameter storm sewers, perforated, so it has holes going around it in a stone bed. Also takes advantage of infiltration. Again, we sized, we did an example where the storage volume is exactly the same, and that totals to $2.4 million. And then if you look at operationally making it the same, that system would be in the 2.7 range. This is just a quick comparison of the costs between the three options of the above ground and the two options for the underground, with comparing the exact same storage capacity. And then this is a cost comparison where you look at the operational capacity. And so that has the larger cost estimates for both of the underground systems. There was also numerous questions about what would, if it was an open basin, what would it look like? And there are several different ways that communities or property owners that have these types of systems can choose for them to look like. They can be turf lined, that means they can be grassed. They could have landscaping of stone or natural vegetation, all to fit into whatever the community standards and budget may be. So here's an example of what a grassed or turf lined installation would look like. It is under dry conditions. It is grassed, does fill up, and then drains down over time, but it is generally mowable. There are options for different types of grasses that you can cut down on that mowing or maintenance. Here's some examples of basins that have a good amount of stone landscaping. Again, that greatly improves the aesthetics, but it also increases the cost, and it does increase your maintenance because you have to keep all of that landscaping and hardscaping in place and maintained. This is a couple examples of using vegetation to change the aesthetics. Both of these examples have kind of a grassed or turf-lined bottom, and then other landscaping going as you go up. I would encourage the use of kind of native vegetation that fits this area, and that could be determined by landscape architects to provide the best fit and maintenance. And then this is a more naturalized look. Again, additional cost to install, some probably a little bit less maintenance than maybe the hardscape and the more manicured look, but definitely additional maintenance. You do have to make sure that those aren't overrun by invasive species or anything like that. So. And then the proposed basins do include 4 bays and micro pools, and here's some examples of what those could look like. I think all of these use a more natural vegetation, trying to, generally you try to pick plants that have a good amount of water uptake capabilities, and that helps clean the water and improve the water quality in the system. And with that, that's the outline of the options, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Can I have a show of hands of how many people would like to speak on this issue? Okay. Again, I'm going to implore you to keep your comments brief, and there is no shame in saying, I agree with the person before me, and I only have one new point. Okay, so come on up. And we'd love to hear from you.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Harper. I live on West Beach Tree Lane in Wayne. My first question is, who came up with these other options, to propose these other options? The $2.2 million and the $2.4 million option that were presented tonight?
We loved your comments. I'm not sure that we're prepared to answer questions like that. Our engineer came up with what we were just presented with.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who asked you to present the 2.2?
Sir, if you could just give your comments, and we would love to hear them.
This isn't a place for answers or questions?
Well, first of all, when we had the big public meeting over at Public Works, we heard concerns from the neighbors, and that's where the direction to come up with alternatives came from.
Okay. I was at that meeting, and I don't remember. I think maybe there was 50,000 ideas that day, but I don't think anyone proposed those 2 options.
And actually, on July, the group that had asked for that meeting, on July 21st, had actually asked for a different option. One option was to fix it first, to fix the existing basin. The one thing we heard at that meeting was neighbors are currently in a situation where the current basin is not working. And just to reiterate, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the water going in from the Gulf Creek watershed, the water going through that park is only 8%. 8% of the water that is affecting the Gulf Creek. 8%. And this 10-year option, what percentage of that water will be mitigated by this proposal, by the first, I would say, option E?
Sir,
Is that something?
this is really, it's not fair to
Okay.
have a question and answer. Right now, we really want to hear your opinions. If you're not happy with the options, we'd love to hear why.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think what we would like is, and what we had asked for before, is not more options. We asked for more answers. And I don't think we've gotten that. And to be fair, I don't think we have enough information. I don't think all of you have enough information yet to decide on this or decide whether or not to go. One thing we asked for was, fix it first. Because fix it first, according to Chagrin's study from 2011, they said to fix this, it would cost $75,000. That's what was in that study from 2011 in Chagrin's. Now we're hearing that it might cost more than that. We were also told in the Chagrin study from 2011 that basin, if it was fixed, it's a 25-year basin. That is in writing in that study. Now we are learning that basin now can only support a two-year storm. So that is 1/10 of what was in that study. So where did that other 90% go? I think those are the answers that we need. To propose to do $2.2 million and $2.4, even $600,000 on just a fraction of 8% of water going through. North Wayne has a desperate need for water, for help, a desperate need for help. But we have to make sure we're doing the right answer, the right solution. One is to fix the problem. And that was proposed by several people at the last meeting, to fix the existing problem. Number two, we have to go back and what's the goal of this project? Is it to prevent 6 to 12 inches of water in people's basement? I don't think that's it, because I get 12 inches of water in my basement. I had that just in June and May. And to be honest, that's not, I don't think Radnor Township wants to get in the habit of just preventing 6 to 12 inches of water in someone's basement. The other thing is it to be able to provide emergency vehicles down North Wayne Avenue. And I will say, a year ago, last May, when we had that storm, I was at Fenimore Woods, and I live a mile from Fenimore Woods. It took me an hour to get home because I could not cross over Walnut. I could not cross over Beech Tree. I could not cross over Eagle. I couldn't even get underneath the bridge for Stratford train station because that creek, it is affecting the entire area. And if you put in a 10-year basin in that park, you're still not going to be able to get through those areas. It's not, what's the cost benefit then? What are we trying to accomplish by putting $640,000 into that? There may be better solutions. What are the better solutions? I don't know, but if we're using stormwater management fees, which we all voted for, we voted to use those fees, and as part of that, we voted to have this commission, the Stormwater Commission, to propose solutions, and these are experts. Let's let them do their job. If it really is to recommend other solutions, well, then let's have them do their job, make recommendations on what is the best use, because you know what? If we use that $600,000 in North Wayne now for just this one project, we're not going to get that again in North Wayne, and there may be other solutions. And what I propose is, let's get some more answers. Let's find out why there's discrepancies, but also let's have the the Stormwater Committee do their job. And in the meantime, if we need relief in that area, then let's fix the problem while we give them time to actually come with a comprehensive solution for the entire Gulf Creek area.
Thank you. Just 5 minutes exactly. Very good.
Hi, Ken Taylor, 242 Willow. I, for one, think that this board, as it was then made up, already performed a dutiful function in having its engineer, Chagrin, present numerous alternatives that included not only efficacy as far as how many acre feet this installation would be improved by, and the reminder is that the current system in there was designed to handle 0.98. It is not handling 0.98 in its current state because of the problems with upkeep that have been identified to us in the past as being particularly consistent with underground systems. And one of the reasons for the suggestion by Chagrin to concentrate on non-underground systems other than bang for the buck was the ease with which those systems can be maintained by township staff without a significant drop-off in the efficiency and the ability to handle water. So what we have is a designed 0.98 system. This board, with Chagrin's suggestion, had a number of alternatives before it, and a number of alternatives having to do with resultant price tags. Those alternatives went from the extreme of taking almost 100% of the usefulness of this particular facility. And remember, it is not a park. This is school board property. It is considered a practice field. The school board has indicated an interest, at least a non-objection, to the utilization of this for more than just its occasional practice use. It is not indicating that they object to the township making an installation in this that has been identified by Chagrin as being one of the only pieces of public property in the area that can be utilized in this particularly dangerous area for some kind of stormwater control. Location, location, location. The alternatives went from taking almost the entire park, leaving virtually no ball field, no occasional use, perhaps not even being able to maintain the tot lot, to plans such as the plan that was eventually approved, option E, that made a significant, almost insignificant change in the utilization of the field from what it is used for now, at least in the eyes of the school board, the school system, the school district that owns the property. Option E was also, because of in essence, the agreement struck to try to strike some kind of a bargain between the utilization of the park and the utilization of the park for stormwater control. The acre feet came down from over 12 to the 3.58 that was eventually approved as option E. That was considered a good compromise having to do with the utilization of the park. Those of us that don't have children in the sports teams or in the school that uses this park for a practice field would love to have seen the most aggressive plan, the 12-plus acre feet plan that was suggested by Chagrin. What needs to be remembered is this board asked for public input at that point in time, and there was significant public input from all the areas, from the areas downstream and from the areas surrounding that park. And that's why this board, in its wisdom, came to this compromise and came up with the idea of approving option A. It was a good compromise from the financial side. It was a good compromise from the utilization of the park for not only what a practice field, but also to help alleviate the danger that the downstream neighbors were experiencing. There's much said about the fact that this only handles 8% of the water from the Gulf Creek watershed. That's correct. But the township, the engineer has indicated, and the expansion by almost by more than 3.5 times of the acre feet of this project from the 0.98 to the 3.58, the incidences in which that will overtop and send water down onto North Wayne Avenue will be fewer. In heavier instances, that there will be overtopping. Again, the amount of water flowing onto the streets and then back into this creek from the overtopping of that system will impact the downstream neighbors less.
Okay, that's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
We think it was a good plan then. We think it's a good plan now. Would like to move forward with option E.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Betty Surbeck. I'm on Poplar Avenue, and I'm here to support option E. I've seen too many children, too many older adults be at risk from fast-flowing water on Poplar and other streets in our neighborhood. Even reducing the water by a foot would probably save the risk and the health of our citizens, and I think that I don't want to be dead by the time you decide to do something about this, so I hope that you take immediate action to make this happen. I've lived in my house for 45 years, and the flooding has only gotten worse and more dangerous for people. It's not 12 inches in people's basements, it's 30 inches, and if you could lower the water by even 10 inches, a lot of those basements wouldn't get flooded. We wouldn't have to rescue my neighbors by boat and have the fire engines sit out the high part of the street out of reach of a house that could have gotten on fire from a gas flood. So please go ahead. I think you should do the whole park and make it natural, but if not, go ahead with option E. I want to support you, your effort to your extreme effort to bring that to fruition a few months ago, and I hope that you follow through and do it for the sake of our children in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Annie Hirschler. I live on Beach Tree, West Beach Tree. First, I want to thank you again for the work that you guys keep doing. I also want to thank you especially for giving us your time and letting us be heard. I want to agree with everything that Patrick Harper said, and our concerns are still, they still are there. But I guess I just want to also just point out, and we did mention that this at the public meeting, that we did not know, and we were told that we would be told of any actions going forward. Again, yes, it's public knowledge, but if you don't realize that it's happening, you're not paying attention to it. Just an example, I would not have known that there was a liquor license possibly going into the restaurant that used to be Cozy's. I wouldn't have known it. It's not going to be in the papers. It's not going to be announced. So if we had known, we would have been here 2 years ago, October, whenever it was, we would have been here. Once we found out, that's when we tried to communicate. And then just another thing is that we did ask in writing July 29th for some of the questions that we had. We were trying to be very clear, and no responses were made from the board. So again, it was a little surprising to know that we're looking at two different options of $2 million, and it's just surprising when that's not what we were asking for. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bill Bruno, 205 North Wayne Avenue, Wayne, PA. Patrick makes an interesting point about the roadways being closed down during these very heavy rainstorms. But the biggest road that is closed down is North Wayne Avenue. If there is an emergency, God forbid, a fire, a child hurt, the fire trucks are going to have a heck of a time, if not be able all to travel North Wayne Avenue when there's 2 feet of water coming across it. There's other traffic almost being pushed into each other. We have a severe problem, a severe danger here as far as traffic accidents and people being killed. I think that the board should put life and property above anything else. That was my mission when I was on the police force, and I believe it's still their mission today. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Ryan. I live at 314 North Wayne Avenue. We back up to the park. We call it a playground.
We spend a lot of time there. I'm against this, but not for the reasons I hear. I really support people in Poplar. I think it's terrible what's happening over there. I just don't think that this is going to solve the problem. I look at this and all the acres that are coming down this creek. So I live on North Wayne, just like Bill said. I've tried to get home from Wyeth. I don't know how many times. I couldn't get home, and I just live a half a mile from there. Had to go all these different blocks to get there. And it was all the way up at North Wayne Apartments. What do they call it? Norwayne, I think they call it. Those people are getting flooded like crazy, and we don't hear anything about those people. I'm just concerned. These are great programs you just looked at. Y'all have decided that what you've done, put together, looks really terrific. I don't know if it's going to solve the problem we want here for our community. Is it really going to help them, keep them from worrying about their cars? Or are we going to come back again and again and have to redo it and put another...
Oh, you stay by the mic so that people at home can hear you. Thanks.
Sorry. Are we going to have to come back time and time again and redo this over and over? Maybe the one, the one with all the different modules in there is the way to go. I don't know. I just don't know, and I haven't seen anything in the meetings I've been to that assures me that these people are not going to be flooded out again. And we're willing to put almost $750,000 into this, and it may be more in the future. That's my biggest concern. That's why I'm against it. Plus, not to mention my grandkids play in the park all the time. And they love that basin. They love to roll down the hill and things like that. But if it'll solve their problem, that's great. I just don't think it will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Maroney from 116 Poplar Ave. And in 9 days, we're all going to celebrate an anniversary together. 9 days from now is October 1st, and on October 1st, 2010, I lost 2 of my cars, having bought a house on Poplar 2 years earlier and unaware that when the basin blows in North Wayne Park, that water charges down the driveway, crosses North Wayne Ave, hits Bill Bruno's property about calf deep, through the creek, and then pushes the creek up the street, flooding out residents' cars. I lost 2 cars that night, and that began this process. I mean, those of us who've been engaged in this process the entire time have done due diligence. We've come and supported you in your complex work. We've been patient, and we have appreciated the time and attention that you've put into all the issues related to this. As far as the concerns I've heard from those above the park, and we certainly honor all your concerns, I remember sitting through lengthy and substantive debates about whether to just fix it. And I remember the debate that there's no point in simply fixing it when we also see an opportunity to maximize the potential of what we can do in that park. So it's not an either or. Through the debates that led to the decision, it was a both and. We can help maximize what can be held back from the creek in the one open space area that we have to do so. And that's what led us to option E. The other observation I'd like to make, well, I have 2 more. First, does it solve our problem? Answer, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Of course, this is not going to solve the problem. But as someone who has sat in my upstairs bedroom watching it happen underneath me, the creek actually handles an immense amount of water and will be remarkably holding that water in our neighborhood until it gets blindsided from the side, from that little tsunami that comes down when that park basin blows. And then we go lakeside, we go lakefront. So that's one comment I want to make. And the other thing I've observed, just listening to the concerns stated by some, I don't hear anybody supporting the other options that have been put forth. And if that's the case, then there's really nothing else to discuss. The board has made its decision. We've gone with option E. If no one is interested in looking at the other 2 options, then I say we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Good evening. Kathy Pearsall, 114 West Beech Tree Lane. First, I'd like to disagree with the gentleman's comment that the field is used occasionally. Presently, there are 5 teams using the field to practice soccer. 4 of them are Radnor Middle School teams, a 7th and 8th grade girls teams, and 7th and 8th grade boys teams. And then there are teams that come at night. I spoke to one parent. She said she was from St. Catherine's. I assume that they have a team or 2. So there are at least 5 teams right now practicing in the North Wayne field. The 2 soccer goals are set up on the flat area. Last evening, a number of neighbors went out and we walked through option E and counted the steps, measured out how far the basin would begin if you were to do option E. If you were to move option E just a little bit in a couple different directions, a couple different options, you could keep the flat area and still have plenty of room for a basin. We talked about moving it possibly a little more east. We talked about maybe widening it out and coming a little bit shorter distance from the fence. You could still have the flat area and have your basin, and those soccer goals, which are there right now, would still be available for the children in the township. I would ask you to please go out there and take a look at what's there now and see how much space you have around those soccer goals. We like the idea of the natural vegetation. It's attractive. It's certainly a lot better than stones or a big hole in the ground. We're wondering how deep the hole is supposed to be in option E. We can't quite figure that out on the design, and that's concern. There's concern about standing water and mosquitoes. That's been a concern from the beginning, and we're very concerned about fences. You know, the natural vegetation is certainly far more attractive than fences. I'd really like to see a compromise here where if you move something a little bit or go out and adjust the layout of the basin, you might be able to serve everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Good evening. Thanks for your patience on this issue. I'm sure that takes a lot of patience. Jeff Springer, 108 Walnut Avenue. And I've lived in my house for about 15 years now. And I can tell you from talking to the previous owners who lived there for 35 plus years, they said they had one storm that flooded their basement. In the 15 years that I've lived there, I had 0 storms flood my basement prior to the basin blowing. After the basin blew, my basement has flooded innumerable times. So when folks say, and they're not sure if it's going to fix the problem, there is a distinct difference before and after the basin blowing in terms of the flooding. Also, if you were there on any of the storms where Poplar flooded, Walnut Creek flooded, it is extraordinarily dangerous. So I have 2 kids. They're 11 and 13 now. They were much younger in 2010. And I was nervous to be on our street when that storm happened, and I was extraordinarily nervous for my kids to go out of the building. There's been quotes that it's 8% of the storm water in our township. I would encourage anybody to take 8% of their shower water and dump it down their stairs and see how much water that is in their basements. 8% is a tremendous amount if you think about the total water that is coming down in Wayne, so I don't get the 8% comments. It also appears that people are concerned with the use of North Wayne Field. I coach a team, a baseball team. It's not a soccer team. We have contracted for the use of North Wayne. I am not concerned for the use of it. I can see how the soccer goals might have to be moved a little bit. They're not playing games there. They can be moved. It's a perfectly viable practice field. I'm supportive of option E because it will fix the problem. I'm not supportive of spending an extra $1.8 million when we have a perfectly viable option on the table. And it sounds like our experts have looked at the options
and have done their due diligence, and you guys have done your due diligence. So I would support your keeping the option you've already voted for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Ron McGillivray. I live at 120 Bellevue Avenue. And I have used the park with my children many times. We've used the tot lot, and we've used the soccer field. And my concern with this is not, I'm very sympathetic to the people who are flooding. I'm just very concerned about this process. I'm surprised that I think that the consultants that have been brought in have been given very narrow scope of work and questions to answer. They haven't really looked at this in a holistic way. That's one problem I feel with this whole process. For instance, the water quality wasn't really part of the initial thinking on the design at all. It was really water quantity, and really a retrofit with stormwater should be solving both, try to improve both water quantity and water quality. It is a little bit with the naturalized basin would help somewhat with the water quality. But I just think that the design isn't quite where it should be, and there's obviously concerns. And also when the middle school was built, this community, the lack of fields was a big issue, and the community committed to keeping these fields. And I feel like there's somewhat of a reneging on that commitment here. So I really think that you should reconsider your initial vote and use the Stormwater Committee to really bring the best management practices to this design.
Thank you. We'll take a few more comments, and then we're going to go ahead and move forward. Come on up.
My name's Jason Serbeck from 123 Plant Avenue, and I used to play on that soccer field. My dad coached us at Delco. He set up, created some Velcro to keep the nets in place. He built a backboard that we used to kick at. I played there when I was in middle school. I had a lot of fun, but the kind of water we're getting in our streets, it's too intense. It's too much. And I have a mother on Poplar Ave, and my dad was in a wheelchair when one of the storms happened, and the police, we were out of country, and the police wanted to evacuate him, but he demanded that he stay there for some reason. So I've had some scary times when it comes to some of the flooding, but I think the Plan E is going to be good because it saves most of the field. You'll have an opportunity to play there if you want, and I think this has been a long process, and I really like what the man from Walnut Street said. So thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have two more people who want to comment, so then we will try and wrap it up.
Great,
Maya?
thank you. Good evening. My name's Maya Bemrasam. I'm the Delaware Riverkeeper. My organization is the Delaware Riverkeeper Network, and we have many members that live in Radnor Township, many who are concerned about this issue. I think that the title of the proposal that we got tonight is very telling. It's the Basin Options Presentation. It's not the best flood damage reduction strategy. We are given and have been repeatedly given a very limited set of basins to choose from, basins that are just focused on peak rate, which does not deal with the volume issue and the water quality issues, which are really at the root cause of concerns downstream. We don't just want any option here. We want the best option. We want the best option for flood damage reduction. And we have not been given enough information this evening or previous evenings to be able to make that choice. I appreciate, Elaine, you're giving clarification on the process, because I think we did not know coming into tonight's meeting sort of what this was going to be about or what would be the choice before the commissioners. So we didn't really know what to present. But based on what you have said about where we stand in the process, I think your only option this evening, if you would like to change course, which would be very appropriate, is for somebody to put forth a motion to rescind the previous decision that was made and to engage in a fully informed process to reconsider this issue. We did see in tonight's presentation mention about infiltration and vegetation. This is really great information. Vegetation can provide
water quality benefits, water quantity reduction values. It can help address the erosion and the flooding problems and other problems downstream, but you're not given much information. At the end of the program, we're given some pictures about vegetation, but nowhere is that included in any of these options or discussed. So we're really left to believe, like, why was that put up there? It just seemed like it was sort of gratuitously thrown up there because it could be something very valuable, but it's actually not really being embraced by any of the options that are before the board, and that's a huge shortcoming. It's also, there's some mention about infiltration, but there's a suggestion that infiltration, which would reduce the volume of floodwaters that are being dumped on downstream communities, that's only available with the underground systems. If infiltration is a possibility with the underground detention systems, infiltration should also be a possibility with the above-ground detention system, both by including the vegetation, but including a variety of other strategies. Yet the suggestion is the only way you get volume reduction in this basin is if you do the $2 million project rather than some other approach. That's critically important information that has been denied to you that should be considered and be put forth before this board. You need that to make a good decision. We continue to be denied the vital information to be able to compare even the limited set of options that are provided before us. We're not given information about how much each of the options is going to reduce flood damages downstream. We're not given information about how many structures are going to reduce flood reduction benefits. We're not given information about the water quality improvements or lack thereof with each of the options and what that might be for your legal mandates under state and federal law. We're not given information about how each of the options could reduce the erosion of public and private lands downstream, including the undermining of downstream infrastructure, which is a really big issue, and a lot of money is right now being invested from the stormwater user fee in dealing with infrastructure undermining from erosion associated with high floodwaters. So you want that information about how could each of these options or other better options reduce the volume of water, reduce that downstream erosion to protect public and private lands and infrastructure and thereby save money and make things safer. So you're not provided the information you need or we need to make a good decision, either on the full array of flood damage reduction options that could be best utilized here, or even with regards to the limited options that have been put forth before you.
It's almost 5 minutes, Maya.
Sure. I do want to reiterate, I think the issue of fire trucks and safety equipment is important. I would remind you that one of the places where we experience the highest level of floodwaters whenever it floods is in front of the firehouse and in front of the emergency services building. In 2006, this board, some of the people on this board, approved a flood reduction strategy that wasn't just about installing an infiltration system at the middle school, but was about going back up the hill to install a series of systems that would reduce the volume of water that ever made it down to the fire department building. The engineer at the time made very, very clear that Radnor Middle School system could not address the flooding at that location. You had to go back up the hill and install the rest of the project.
Maya,
the rest of the project
Can you please wrap up?
Sure. The rest of the project was never installed, and I would ask you that one of your highest priorities with the funds available to you is to go and actually fix that, because everybody benefits from those fire trucks and safety equipment being able to get out of the building. And finally, the questions that we have repeatedly presented continue not to be answered, and so I'm going to re-present for you the questions that we provided back in June and even before, and ask that you please answer these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya.
Good evening. My name is Brian Wade. I live at 131 Plant Avenue. And I want to state tonight, I don't believe in climate silence. I believe in climate silence. I do not believe in climate silence, and that has been a major avoidance in this whole discussion. The problems are only going to get worse. And although I live in the floodplain, I want to emphasize that. And I understand what you have gone through with your options from A to E originally. And I appreciate that you have come to a compromise
for all involved, the people downstream and the people upstream. They came with a set of grievances in July. We entertained them. After you had already made a decision, you have brought it up again tonight. I don't feel that option E is going to solve the entire problem forever. But I agree with you. It is the first step towards solving the problem in the Gulf Creek watershed. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your diligence in this. And I ask you, if you are going to rescind your initial vote and consider other options, I implore you to go with the most aggressive option for all the water in that field. All the water that comes down from Valley Forge, Church of the Savior, divert it over to that field, take the entire field. Because that is what is going to be needed in the long run for our children and our children's children. Climate change is real, and it's happening now. We have seen it in the intensity of the storms and in the frequency of the storms, and they will continue. We saw it last winter, how cold it was. We saw it this summer, how cool it was. The storms are only going to get worse, and the entire field should be utilized to control the floodwater that comes down from Tredyffrin, North Wayne, into Plant Avenue, and into Willow. Thank you.
To ask, we've now been taking comments for almost 45 minutes. If anybody else needs to say something that's very different, please come up in a very short way to do it. We really need to move on.
I'll be as short as possible.
Sure.
My name is Jeff Pearsall. I live at 114 West Beach Street Road. My wife was up here just a bit ago, and I just want to reiterate her comments and the fact that I know I'm not, and many of the neighbors are not, opposed to Plan E and in some substance. What my opposition has been, and a number of people's opposition has been, is the exact location of option E. And I would ask you tonight, at this late point, I don't believe you're really ready to look at 1,000 more options, but I would ask you to consider the idea of, as I originally stated in several of my correspondences to you, to relocate this so that we can continue to keep that field intact, including the soccer field and, of course, the baseball field. I do not believe it's impossible for the same basic Plan E to be moved in some way, shape, or form, including, and I haven't stated this before, using some of the space of that existing field house that's there. And as I also stated, part of the parking lot. If that were to be done, I believe you would satisfy a number of people in the fact that the field would remain intact. That's what I've said numerous times leading up to this point. So my wife talked about relocating it. Option E, relocated, I would surely be in agreement with. Option E, as it stands now, with its appendage up into the center field area of the field, is not acceptable to me, and I know it's not acceptable to a lot of my neighbors. So I would ask you at this late hour, if you are to stand with option E, as it was passed before, that you consider actually moving it in some way to keep that major field intact. We're only talking about maybe 30 feet, 25 feet, but it's to me it's important for the use of the field for the township children, for soccer and for baseball. So I'd appreciate it if you would consider that. One last comment in regards to the plan that was presented with the 2 million or 2.2 or 2.4 million. I mean, I would surely be in favor of that because that would also allow the field to stay intact. But at the same time, like many of my neighbors, both sides of this story, I
I would not really be in favor of the $2.4 million price tag, but surely it would address the need as well. So I wanted to at least acknowledge that plan that was in place. It surely is acceptable to me. However, I do realize the cost. So thank you very much.
You, and I think we've gotten a very good taste of the viewpoints here. Is there someone else who feels they need to speak tonight?
I do have something.
I think we have an idea of what you're going to say, Gail.
Elaine, can we,
Well,
Elaine, can I, hang on, can we just clarify, there's been some comments made, the way I understand, these are concepts, these are not plans, so, number one, we're not voting tonight, okay? At some point, we may be voting on a specific plan.
We already did vote on a
Well,
specific
but
plan.
the design of that plan is not complete, and the design of that plan can contain elements that vary that plan. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that. I know the residents are, but I got a sense that,
engineering change orders cost money, though. I mean,
I
you have
understand,
all the
but-
residents on the west side of North Wayne Avenue that probably don't want the basin closer to their fence.
no, I'm
property
not
line.
really referring to the moving of the basin, but the treatment of the basin. Is it grass or vegetation, those types of things, so.
Okay, I'm just here today to thank you all for bringing us this far, directing our engineering and stormwater professionals, engineering professionals to work on this problem. I want to thank Jim Higgins for his compassion for all of us, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get through this, but
You're in favor of E, we understand that, it's fine. If, we don't need more people to speak in favor of E, it's fine, we got it.
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Okay, this will be our last comment. Come on up. Finish with a bang.
I'll be really brief. My name's Becky Nuttall, and I live at 427 West Beach Street, and I don't usually speak in public, so bear with me. I noticed that just before this, we talked about the money for the library. And what I got out of that was, we need to look at spending this money within an overall plan. And it may or may not make sense to do an incremental step-by-step for the library, but if it does, how is that going to fit in with the overall plan? This to me, and I get it, I think there do need to be some emergency, something done for all the people downstream, but we don't really have an overall plan. And trying to fix this, and now we're going to go over here and fix that, and then we're going to fix that. Are we really doing what we should be doing? And so my question to you is, shouldn't we be also talking about how is this fitting in with the overall plan? I've read all of those reports. I know that there are 4 watersheds. I know that every single one of them has a problem. I know that our stormwater system is way outdated. It's not well maintained. There are so many issues. I've read everything on the website. So I just really encourage you to think about, in the long run, are we just going to do this kind of Band-Aid? Maybe that's too simplistic of a thing, but and then push it off a little longer, and now we'll go over here and do this, now we'll go over here and do that. I think we need a big plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. Honestly, can you wrap it up in very brief? Get your point out as quickly as you can.
As quickly as I can. I live on West Beach Street. I just want to echo the sentiments that Patrick Harper shared tonight and just say that I agree with trying to fix the existing basin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So thank you for your
Hi, I'm Kevin Schultz, and I live on Pennsylvania Avenue. And can I just ask a question, which I thought the topic of tonight was about? How much additional time would it take? How much additional time would it take to build the underground retention systems versus the plan that was approved last year?
Are you talking about construction time?
Yeah.
Several months.
It's a matter of months.
Again, I live on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm supportive that we've had a number of, flooding issues over the year,
anything that gets it done sooner rather than later, is a blessing to the people that have been impacted.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you for all the thought and time that you've put into it. Believe me, we have done that in spades as well. As I said when we set out on this evening, the status quo is that there is a plan that was approved. For it to change paths, there would have to be a motion to do so. So I'm going to put it out there right now. If there's a commissioner who would...
I'll put my thoughts out on it. I'm still opposed to option E. It's not because I'm not sympathetic to the cause or don't want to help, but I haven't seen anything that makes me believe that option E is going to satisfy the concern that you've identified. And I have put my time and treasure into it, meaning I've evaluated the things, I've attended all the meetings, I've read every document, and my dissatisfaction is because I don't believe it's going to be effective. So, I won't, you could write a dissertation on what the issue is, but to me, in general, we're using stormwater management to try to control floodplain issues, and that's an inherent failure. It can't work. So, as I see it, we can take option E off the table. We can move to send this back to the advisory group, and then we can move to pay this with stormwater fees instead of general fund fees, which were three things that we talked about when option E was on the table. But unless there is support from U5, I see there's just no reason to go forward with this discussion anymore because we've had this discussion.
Had it. You're welcome to make the motion and see if you have a second.
Well, I'm not going to make it if it's the point is if there's support, we'll make the motion and we'll do it. But if there's not support for it, then there's no reason to proceed. And I don't think there's support for it, which is why I'm presenting it this
Don,
way.
let me say it this way. I agree with what you're saying, that this solution is not going to solve the entire problem. But I think it was said very well tonight. You cannot eat an elephant except by
Fairness
one bite
to
at a
me,
time.
I never
So-
said, I never criticized anybody for that approach.
Yeah, and
So I don't mind losing the argument, but I'd like to lose it on the accuracy of what I'm saying is that this just isn't enough to justify the cost, not that the marginal solution isn't the way to go.
Okay, so I will just say that I support this approach in that two things. One, it can be expanded upon in the future. So there's not a political will now to turn that field into a large basin, and I understand that. If that were my park, I wouldn't want a large basin in my park. But someday we may need to make that harsh decision because someday the floodwaters may be so great that we don't have a choice. The other thing is we don't have unlimited resources. So when I look at this plan, I say, you know what, it fits in the parameters of our funding strategy that we have in place now. Now, someday, some future board may decide to raise the stormwater fee 4- and 5-fold. At that point, if you want to go on to do $2 million and $5 million and $10 million projects, then you can probably do that. But right now, we don't have the money to do those other options that we saw tonight. Because there's a lot of other work that needs to get done. So in general, I'm going to support this the way it is and not try to redirect the ship. I think I do appreciate the Riverkeeper's comments. I think if there's opportunity to treat the water quality at this site, we want to look at that. And I think I would consider those softer changes to the plan. And I don't know if there would be engineering costs involved in that piece. There may be costs to implement, but if we're talking about the choice between grass and wetland grasses and other things that are good for respiration, we should consider those. This is a tough decision. I've been listening to this. This is, again, my 7th year of hearing this problem. And if you just go another 7 years and do nothing, then it's 14 years. So I think it's important to move and get it done. The board did a really bold thing. We enacted a whole new authority on stormwater. So that's a huge change, okay? Now, when we have a stormwater committee that is advising us through this process in general terms, we have a great engineering firm that has looked at many different options at this site. And unfortunately, the political will, in my opinion, is not to convert that entire park into a basin, even though that may be what's necessary. So I'm willing to accept that, and I'm willing to accept an incremental movement on this plan. So that's my comment.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that we all need to make comments. I think you're right. It's my supposition that you're right, that there aren't going to be a majority that will support your motion, but if you feel the need to make it.
That would be nonsensical.
Okay.
I'm not going to, I mean, we've had this discussion.
We have.
You've made yourselves clear. There's no reason for me to believe that something's going to be different tonight. And if there is,
Okay.
tell me, and we'll proceed in that direction.
So absent a motion to take some other action.
Well, hold on. May I, if I may, get a couple of words in here? I was not here for the 2013 vote. I was not on the board and have not had the in-depth review of the issues. First of all, it makes perfect sense to fix what we have. So, why we would like, I guess it's, the theory is, well, what's the difference? We're going to change the whole thing. Let's not even try to maintain it. I think we should try to maintain it in the first, whatever it is if the system needs to be maintained, cleared up, unclogged, it should be. But the key element here is this is a pretty big basin, and $600,000, I think, is not a huge amount in the large scheme of things. The concern that I have is that the people will not be happy even though we do this action. We can build this basin, but I think that the issue is when the storm is beyond a 10-year storm, the flooding will continue to occur. And my concern is that we'll spend this money, we'll do this, and then the people will not be happy even though it's done. I think that, and I've talked at some length with very knowledgeable PhDs on these stormwater issues, among others, and I think that there will be some marginal benefit. For instance, if we would get between a 5-year and a 10-year storm where there could have been flooding in the past, and that this may prevent that. So there will be some marginal benefit. But I would also say that to the extent that this goes through, I think that people have made the point, flooding may continue to occur. And I'm not sure that everyone is aware that that is the case. Now, I would ask our engineer from Chagrin to talk about that if you want to, or if you believe that what I've said is incorrect, because I'd like to be corrected if that's not right.
I don't believe we need to rehash that. We've done it for many times.
I think for me, it's helpful to rehash it because it hasn't been covered in any depth for me. So I'd like to hear the engineer.
It just can't be, I mean, it's so complex, it can't be covered in
It
depth.
can't be, and for years we've been covering this, so.
Well, wait, I just covered it. Is that true or not? Go ahead, come on, be bold.
I think that from the beginning of this process, we have been very clear that this is an incremental improvement. The analogy of eating the elephant, I think, is very spot on, unfortunately, in this case. You have a neighborhood that is an older neighborhood. It's built out already. You don't have the options that you would if you were building from scratch today with today's knowledge about stormwater management. The area just wasn't built that way, decades, a century ago when it was done. So I think that from the very beginning, we've been very clear that this would be, whatever is done, is an incremental improvement.
Thank you.
I would say, I don't think we've been clear enough on that. So here's the issue for everyone. This is doing something as opposed to doing nothing and studying it some more. The people on this board are not really far apart on what the issue is. It's a matter of doing something versus fixing it. And I think the will of the board at this point is to do something in light of the understanding that they can't fix it. So I would like a chance to vote on this, honestly. And I think I'm being deprived of that. But whatever is done, as this is undertaken, I just want the people to be aware that the best efforts may not in all cases result in a fix that makes everyone happy. So I'm sure we'll talk about this more, but everyone should be cognizant of that, and that's the point I'd like to make.
Okay, so absent a motion to change course, the option E that was voted upon stays in place. We will move forward
we
with
would
that.
make an option, but it's obvious that we would make
You
that
are
motion.
free to make a motion, Rich, if you'd like to make a motion.
Well, no. Be bold. Okay. I think Don's point is correctly taken, that there's 5 votes that are not going to approve this, folks. Believe me, I'm very bold. I will make the motion. I'll say what I mean in every instance, but it doesn't make sense at this point, and we will revisit it as we get the plans.
Okay, so absent a motion to change course, we will move forward with E. I would like to just say that, yes, it is a small incremental step. But guess what? Over the next 10, 20 years, we are going to have many, many small incremental steps, and we are going to be spending millions and millions of dollars. And the measures that we take will incorporate the ideas that all of the ideas that we have heard from the Riverkeeper. This is not just going to be basin upon basin. And we have a stormwater committee that has put together a priority plan that we will move forward with. That is happening. And then finally, I just want to make the point that when this hits the ground and when we have the engineers do the final drawings and when the construction crews go out there, we will be doing planning gymnastics to make sure we get every inch of field space that we possibly can from that space so that we can address both the needs of the people who live on the park and use the park and the needs of the people who are getting flooded out by this system not working correctly. Okay, so I think we can move on now. Again, thank you all for coming out. And okay, and we're going to take a 5-minute recess and then start with finance and audit. Okay, we're going to start up again. Commissioners, come to your seats. Okay, commissioners, let's get back in the room, wherever you are.
Just between you and me, don't mention.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're moving on to Finance and Audit, and Commissioner Fisher will take us through those items.
Okay, I will move to introduce Ordinance 2014-08. This is a 2014 appropriation amendment. And
Second.
Thank you. I will ask Bill White to give us a little more background on this. I've read through everything, but excellent synopsis, though. Thank you.
Sure, and I'll try to keep it to an hour. And I'm really sorry that we lost our
You're
audience.
under the 5-minute rule.
I thought everyone was here for this item on the agenda, so I'm disappointed that the room cleared out. I'll start at the, say, the 30,000-foot view and start drilling in from there. So what was provided to the board is an amendment, a proposed amendment to 4 of our funds. Those funds being the general fund, the sanitary sewer fund, the capital fund, and then the police K-9 fund. The bottom line impact to each of the fund balances are, for the general fund, there's an even amount of revenue increases and appropriation increases, so the bottom line is 0. And the bottom line being the projected ending fund balance for 2014. For the sanitary fund, there'll be a reduction of about $72,000 in fund balance. For the capital fund, a reduction of about $561,000. And then for the K-9 fund, there's an apparent reduction of almost $37,000, but that fund's made up entirely of donations for the K-9 program. So basically what that's saying is that we're using the donations to run the program. This was originally put together and it was included back on the July agenda. So this is the 3rd time it's been on a board agenda. And it's gone through a couple different iterations as more information has become available since the summer. The ordinance itself is missing a clause
So at some point when we get into the legislative piece of this, we can talk about adding a sentence there that suggests that if the ordinance is adopted, that the amendments as proposed in attachment A for the 4 funds is incorporated into the ordinance. So diving in then to the general fund, there are four areas to touch on. The first being revenues. So there's adjustments being proposed, and these all surround activity that has occurred so far in 14 that is significantly different than what we thought was going to happen. So it seems appropriate to amend the expectations now. And again, this is all trying to better predict where we might end the year at, which is significant as we start going into the 2015 budget season, so that we have as accurate as possible fund balance prediction for 14. In terms of revenues, this is highlighted in the narrative section under Exhibit A, but adjusting the Act 511 revenues, license and permit revenues, interest and rents, and then grants, and I've provided a written explanation in each of those sections as to what's going on. So I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail. I'll spend more time on the appropriations, which reflects the expenditure side of the budget. So for the general fund, there's 3 broad categories that we broke the amendments down into. There's a 27th pay adjustment, the winter weather adjustment, and other adjustments, which I went into a lot more detail about what makes each of those up by bulleting each of those. So the 27th pay, just real quickly, is it's a cash basis issue that we run into, that anyone who does biweekly payrolls on a calendar year runs into every 7th year, where the 7th year ends up just the way the payrolls fall, having a 27th pay on a cash basis, and then the other 6 years technically have 26.1, 26.2 pay periods involved in those. So for 2014, there is an extra pay that'll actually hit the township's books on the last day of the year. So we're including the appropriations for that, which total roughly $332,000 and some change. The other broad category is the winter weather. I'm sure we've all enjoyed the summer and have forgotten how bad the winter was, but the budget certainly has not. And so we're adjusting appropriations roughly $622,000 to cover the township's response for both of the major winter storms, including which were Nika and Pax, in the townships when we activated the township's emergency operations center. And then in addition to those, it's the cost for all of the salt, and overtime, which were the other 2 significant expense items that were beyond what we had predicted for 14. And then there's like I mentioned before, a bullet list of the other adjustments. I can go into more detail if you have specific questions, but I won't go into those as part of this discussion. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the net impact to the general fund is we're actually increasing revenue estimates in total by $90,000, and we are also increasing the appropriations of the expense side by $90,000, so it's a wash to the bottom line. And the reason why we were able to do that on the expense side is we were able to offset the increases from the winter weather, some of these other adjustments, and the 27th pay issue by decreasing the amount of general fund capital transfers that were scheduled to be part of this year's budget. And the reason why we were able to do that is because of the $8 million settlement from last year, where the board allocated the 2014's capital program to come out of that fund. So it ended up working out for the general fund because of a one-time revenue. Sanitary sewer fund, just real briefly, an adjustment there is being made because the sewer rent revenue came in under what we thought it would, and that is due entirely to lower than anticipated water usage from a year ago. So we're offsetting the revenue reduction with reductions in the capital program, and basically pushing those projects out accordingly. In the capital fund, well, let me go back to the capital fund. The K-9 fund, the police K-9 fund, when we adopted the 2014 budget, we did not include specific revenue or appropriations for that fund, as we were still figuring out where those might end up at with the donations and the program. So at this point, now that we have a better understanding of that activity, we're including the revenues and the appropriations in. And as I mentioned, the extent of the spending in that fund is limited to the amount of donations we receive. So that's why it's a special revenue standalone fund. Backtracking then to the capital fund. So there's quite a few changes from where the capital fund as it exists now to where it was at the beginning, or when we adopted the 14 budget, which was early December. The broad categories, I'll start with the administration, Radnor, TV, PEG. This is basically just a change in accounting. We receive PEG money from Comcast and Verizon, and then we share a portion of that, or distribute a portion of that, to Radnor Studio 21. In the past, the accounting for that was the contribution to Radnor Studio 21 just came out as a negative revenue, or an offset of revenue. We're changing that to show the full amount of the revenue on the revenue side and the full amount of the contributions on the expense side. So that's just an accounting change. As in regards to projects that have changed under the building and grounds category, the biggest one there is the inclusion of the township building parking expansion. And I know the explanation there refers to the 2004 bonds returned by the library. So without confusing this issue again, when those funds were returned to the township by the library, bond counsel at the time recommended or advised the township that we use those proceeds for a municipal purpose as opposed to putting them back into the library. So what we're doing is we're using those funds to do the township building parking lot expansion, and we've identified general capital funds to contribute to the library. And that's the discussion we had earlier this evening with regard to the $246,000. So the parking lot expansion has not happened as yet, so this is putting the appropriations in place. At some future meeting, the decision will come back in front of the board for an actual approval. The other two adjustments under that category are items that were already approved and either through some other agreement like the Kreuzberg Center or as a result of code compliance, as was the case with the Public Works Garage. Under the traffic signals and signs, the biggest item there was the installation of the Radnor, Chester, and Raider Road signal. The total cost estimate at this point was $255,000 and some change, of which $100,000 was offset through contributions by Brandywine. Then there's the Eagle and Radnor street signal addition of about $86,000 and some change, along with, and then there's $20,000 and change for traffic calming purchase orders. And those, with regard to the Radnor Street Eagle and the 5 points mast arm adjustment at Gilmore and the $20,000 for calming measures, those are unplanned adjustments that we've approved throughout the year that we're going back into and correcting now. Along those same lines, under the highway construction category, the North Wayne Crosswalk was added as a capital project this year, of which, so it was $118,000 roughly, of which $60,000 was paid for by the Enhancement Trust. We had the addition of the Ithan and Browning Road resurfacing. That was $190,000, but that was completely offset by contributions from Aqua as a result of, or I'm sorry, PICO. They provided the full funding for that additional work. Then we had the Fairview Drive drainage project. That was approved by the board, so we're adding the appropriations for that, as well as the Shimoni sidewalk. The Shimoni sidewalk, $80,000 of that was offset by contributions from Eastern as negotiated by the board some time ago.
Bill, did we get that money?
Yes, yes.
When did that come in?
August.
Oh, okay.
Then under Parks and Recreation, there's some adjustments to the vehicles and equipment. We made a decision to purchase the chipper with cash rather than financing it. There was an opportunity to get a discounted price with cash versus paying full price and spreading the cost out and paying interest. So we elected to move with the cash. And then there's an adjustment in estimate for the mower, which was pretty significant. Then the other big item under that category is the inclusion, or the 2014 portion of the inclusion for the Clem McCrone work. So adding appropriations in for the design and engineering costs to continue with that project. And I believe that project there's been presentations on the larger plan in front of both the Parks Board and this board. So for 2014, what's in front of the board as part of this amendment is to get the design and engineering costs done. Then the capital plan, as we'll go through over the next 2 months, will include the rest of that project cost in whatever form the board would like to take it. And then the last category there is just some other cleanup items where actuals were different than what was budgeted by a few dollars here or there. So being that we were going in and making amendments, we wanted to just clean those few items up. Again, trying to shoot for as accurate end balance as possible. So that's everything that's proposed to be amended. We provided the information in a narrative form. We provided it in a summary revenue and appropriation operating statement form. Then we provided it in a line item detail form, including an amended or an updated capital plan that shows both where we started the year and where the capital plan would be at if this ordinance is approved. And I know that was a great deal of information at various levels of detail, but we just wanted to make sure that we presented it in every form possible so that it was completely transparent and allow the questions to come from there. So,
Thank you, Bill. This was an excellent narrative and really easy to follow and very, almost completely self-explanatory.
I can only shoot for almost.
If you don't mind, if you could give a very brief explanation. The one big thing that confused me when I was reading through this is sort of the accounting of that $8 million. So it sort of rears its head in this transfer of capital fund from general to, back into general because of that. And then when I went looking for the rest of it, where it's accounted for, it was a little confusing, which I asked you about. And if you can just share that explanation with everyone, it might just help a little bit.
Absolutely. So just to set the table a little bit, last year the township entered into a settlement agreement of $8 million even on a tax settlement. At the same time that came in, the board elected to assign specific accounting for how those funds would be used. So to make sure that we could account for and comply with the board's direction on how it needed to be dispersed, we created a special fund or sub-fund. It's actually technically still in the general fund, but we created a special sub-fund that has line item detail for how that $8 million is being accounted for. So it's not included in this particular amendment specifically because it's, like I said, it's housed in its own fund, and that's not being affected by this ordinance, this amendment. But that $8 million was deposited last year into it. As part of that distribution, and bear with me, let me pull it up here to make sure I get this exactly right. The board adopted a resolution that earmarked $1 million for information technology improvements, earmarked $450,000 to fund the parking kiosk improvements, $1.1 million to repair the bridge and install the water line, I believe, at the Willows site, and then also to provide specific funding for $1,230,000 for stormwater and $2,701,000 and some change to be allocated to our pension programs. So for the stormwater and the pension programs, the cash was physically moved out of the $8 million fund last year into the stormwater fund and into the pension fund specifically. The other projects, the IT, the kiosks, and the Willows improvements, those projects are all being accounted for out of the $8 million subfund as those go on. So, for example, we spent roughly $450,000 for the Willows Bridge. That's accounted for in the $8 million subfund. So you won't see that in the capital fund because it's here. And again, that's so we could go back and track the $8 million specifically. And then, so to take that one step further, where the stormwater money, the cash was moved from the $8 million fund to the stormwater fund. So now any stormwater projects that are installed by the township will be paid for out of the stormwater fund. And that's where that portion of that $8 million will be used.
But that's in addition to the stormwater fee income that's also in the stormwater fund.
That is, yes, that is true.
Okay.
And that was part of the discussion last year with the establishment of the stormwater fund, is the township would seed or put a significant amount of money in to get us started as a result of this $8 million.
How much did you collect?
In stormwater,
Yeah, and the tax stormwater fee.
the stormwater fee generated a little over $1 million.
So is it right to, so as we incur these expenses, as we incur the IT, let's say we went out and spent it, bought the software this year, that money then would show up coming out of that fund to offset from our general spending? The way it kind of showed up in this process, coming to offset the capital transfer.
Yes. So,
Okay.
yeah, if we didn't have the $8 million fund this year, the amendments that are being proposed in this ordinance would have a significant reduction to our general fund ending
Right.
balance.
Right. Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Bill, do we have the language for the second page of this? After the now therefore be it hereby enacted and ordained as follows. I think that's where we would include.
It should just basically say, the board does hereby adopt the amendments to the 2014 operating and capital budgets as set forth on Exhibit A.
So I'll motion to include the language as Solicitor just stated.
Second.
Bill, you and I had talked about this before. I just want to, I think it's worthy of a public discussion. We came up with a policy that addressed found money, if you will, one-time collections. And you're using part of the $8 million one-time collection to offset, rather than just taking it out of the general fund balance, which is in fact a rainy day fund. So what are the pluses and minuses of doing that?
That's a really good point. And the only amount, or the amount that is being transferred from the $8 million fund to the capital fund, which is needed to fund the 2014 portion of our capital program, which is $1,518,000 and some change. So that's going directly from the $8 million fund to the capital fund. What that is doing is it's saving the general fund from making the same type of transfer. So in essence, what we're doing is we're saving the general fund balance from being depleted by the winter weather and some of these other adjustments and other increases to the capital plan by pulling the money from the $8 million. So in essence, what we're doing is we're preserving the fund balance in the general fund by using the one-time revenue from the $8 million. But that was part of the plan. That was part of the resolution that was adopted last year, is that a piece of this go directly to fund the capital program.
I don't disagree with that. That almost sounds like, playing with cards and moving them around, in that we budgeted transfer from general fund into capital in addition to the $8 million chunk. So when you and I spoke, there were obvious benefits as to why to do that, and I'd like to make sure we get those out.
Yeah, the benefits of doing the general fund transfer to the capital fund in addition to the 8 million is to have a better funded capital program. And a lot of the additions we've added to the capital plan this year are very good reasons why we should probably have a better funded capital program, because projects are added and not necessarily part of the longer plan. So that's really what the better, that's why that transfer would have been ideal. And at the end of the year, the board could elect to still make that transfer and take fund balance out of the general fund. But that's a discussion we can have during the budget program when we have a better idea of ending fund balances.
But what would the, is there an implication, for example, since we're going to be borrowing soon, for having the stronger fund balance as compared to a capital fund balance?
Well, the policy as it's on the books pertains to the fund balance just in the general fund. So to the extent that we're satisfying A, the 15% minimum threshold, and then B, the additional threshold that we added earlier this year when the business tax revenues exceed a certain amount. If we're satisfying those two requirements, that we're doing what we said we wanted to do. So as far as the legislation on the books, we're satisfying that. Ideally, having more money in the capital program would be better, but that's not anything that's legislated at this point. So basically, the capital program is more of a funding as we go type of program rather than saving, planning, and spending down, which was probably the better program.
And Bill, the 8 million, is that a fund, its own fund, or is that just a sub-fund of the general fund?
Well, within our accounting system, we set it up as physically a separate fund. We have a separate
Okay.
bank account. In terms of our generally accepted financial statements,
Sure.
we roll that all up into the general fund.
So then, but if we hadn't done that, the 8 million would have gone into the general fund as additional capital, and then our fund balance would have been really skewed, right? I mean, we would have really come out, I don't know what percentage it would have been, but probably somewhere around 30% or...
Well, had we not allocated the 8 million to us for specific purposes, yes, it would have been deposited in the general fund, and then anything could have happened.
And
to
then
it.
we would have burned it up on operations instead of set-asides that we did, so...
Right,
Okay,
and that was
well-
the discussion we had last year when we adopted the resolution.
Well, thank you for all your hard work on this. This is
My pleasure.
and a
Did-
very significant change, adjustments that you had to make, so thank you.
Has the 1 million in technology improvements been, have we started the process of getting bids in for those upgrades?
We have not started, we're not to the point yet where we're ready to solicit for bids. This is one of the projects that we're working with CARFAC on. In late July, CARFAC, they created a working subgroup specific to that priority. So right now we're diving into our current technology and finding out what upgrades are available through our current vendor. And then once we have a good idea of where that stands, then we're going to look at the market and see what else is out there. Ideally, at some point, I would say by spring 2015, we'll have something to come to the board with in terms of a direction and a decision, and at that point, that's when those funds will be necessary.
Okay, is there any other comment or question from a commissioner? Any comments from staff? Any public comment? I believe it was moved, was it seconded, as amended?
There's an amendment, so the amendment first.
Okay. On the amendment to add the language that Solicitor Rice put out, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. On the underlying introduction, or resolution? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? And that passes 7-0.
Point of order.
Oh, that was an
Not a
ordinance.
resolution.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
an
an ordinance?
introduction of
Okay,
the
so that's an
ordinance.
introduction.
Introduction.
Thank you, Don.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
First of all, I would like to just thank the board for your due diligence here on the budget. This has been something that, for a number of years, you've been very involved with this, asking the good questions, the tough questions. And I think spoken to today, again, with CARFAC, spoke about the audits. That's something that I know many times people don't thank the board for all the work that's done behind the scenes, but I think this board's worked very hard and asked the tough questions is need to be made from this board, and how the audits are done and how there's different people looking at how the dollars go. I think it speaks volumes to this board of the hard work and efforts that you have put into this, the establishment of CARFAC, who's been involved with this, but also just thanking Bill for what he's done to put this together, and Bob Tate in the finance department, and all the staff of how they work at this. So again, this is all part of this, but I just want to thank the board as well for all your due diligence and the tough questions that come across from me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect segue. We're going to look at the 2015 budget calendar, which is in our packets, and staff has prepared a tentative schedule to get the budget underway and completed within the constraints of the charter and administrative code. So I don't know, generally we just...
Motion to approve the budget calendar.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the budget calendar.
Second.
All right, is there any
And
comments?
any comments or questions on the dates?
Wait, is there,
So
there's
let
no,
me go- let me
is there
go
a
through the-
resolution, or what goes with this?
This is just a resolution.
Is it a resolution? I don't see any.
Technically, it's just a motion of the board to accept.
We're agreeing on
The
the
calendar.
dates. Let me try to summarize for the BOC anyway. So I'll just do it real quick. September 22nd, the BOC would be scheduled to adopt the 2014 MMO. And then the next BOC meeting dealing with budget would not be until, I believe, October 13th. And that's a regular meeting, and the administration will present a preliminary manager recommended budget. And that's according to Section 703 of the Charter, I believe. The next BOC meeting in which we will do budget would be October 20th, and that's the first public hearing on the preliminary manager recommended budget. Then that's followed by October 27th, which is the next BOC regular meeting, and that would be the adoption of the preliminary budget. And then we go into November. We would have our second public hearing on November 10th. And then the third public hearing, if needed, November 17th. And then on the 24th, the introduction of the final budget ordinance. And then our last meeting would be December 8th, and that's where we'd be voting on all the adoptions, including the setting the tax rates.
Okay, is there anybody who would like to comment or change any of those dates? Anybody on staff have any comment? Public? Okay, someone, did you move to accept?
All in favor, yes.
I will not be able to make the 13th, which is the presentation of the budget, Bob, so I apologize in advance. I will get a copy of that, and maybe we sit down if I have any questions. I don't want to waste your time, but you always do a great job on the presentation, so.
Okay, it's
Bill,
been moved and seconded, and I'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? The vote by a vote of 6-0, with Commissioner Curley absent, it is accepted.
Okay, I'll move Resolution 2014-87. This is establishing the 2015 Minimum Municipal Obligation, MMO, subject to further amendment during the 2015 budget process.
Second.
So my one question on this is, so we can expect a state aid to offset some of this, maybe in the neighborhood of what we got this year?
Yes.
and that's roughly 600,000.
Right. So that's probably what we'll budget for next year, around 600,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so this is the gross obligation, knowing that about 600,000 will be offset through state funds.
Okay. Any other questions? or-
Yeah, Bill, could you walk through why exactly you're not recommending that we reduce the amortization payment by 25% as we're allowed to do?
Yes, sir. This option has been in front of the township for a number of years now, and we've elected not to pursue it for the simple fact of the matter that all the amortization that is calculated is done so by the actuary in an effort to pay down on the unfunded portion of the pension obligation. So if we were to only pay 75% of that amortization, in essence, we're just falling further behind in funding what we're already behind in. So the election has been through the years to pay the full amount that we are actuarially required to pay as in an effort to catch up and eventually get back to full funded status. So the Act 44 option seems enticing from a budgetary standpoint because it provides immediate relief. It actually compounds the problem over time because you're underfunding your obligation.
So how long have we been making this election?
Since 2010 or 2011's MMO, I can go back that far because that's how many budgets I've been involved in.
I've never-
I believe
I've
that was the
never voted
first
to
year
take
that
it,
Act
and I've been
44
on
allowed
since
it,
2010.
too.
You would?
I've never voted, we've never voted to take it since 2010. That's when I came on the board.
And it was, in hindsight, excellent decision.
Yeah, I really think it's in place to help significantly distressed communities that need immediate budget relief. But basically what you're doing is you're kicking it down the road for someone else to have to resolve.
Yeah, it doesn't go away,
No,
unfortunately.
it does not.
But it should be noted that we are substantially behind in any event, $220 million or so, and an aggregate of 50-some million on a net present value.
And
Well,
your
that
point
includes
is-
the OPEB.
Your
but-
point is the 25% would make that worse, so you're in favor of the 25%, right?
I would say that we have been trying to catch up, but we're nowhere really near catching up, are we?
Well, let's deal with what we're trying to do here.
Well, we've only begun to start to try to catch up over the last few years. That's when the problem has become known. So, but we've been real honest with ourselves that this is not something that's going to be done immediately. It's going to take time. I mean, the amortization of the unfunded is done over a 15-year period right off the bat. So we're just a couple years into that.
Okay, are there any other comments from commissioners? Any staff comment or public comment on this resolution? I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the resolution passes 6-0 with Commissioner Curley absent.
So I have one item left from the consent agenda. This was 2L. And this, I'll move to authorize administration to solicit RFPs for the purposes of a municipal financial advisor.
Second?
And just, this is required, not required, this is recommended by the GFOA as a best practice when issuing new bond debt. And this, of course, would be related to the purchase of our Drossen.
Bill, you and I have traded more than one email on this, and I think it'd be good for the public to understand that, and this is something I'm sure we're going to do in the future, but the entire GFOA, when you look at the responsibilities of this independent advisor, then in fact we've already accomplished several of those things or have them in process. So could you go explain a little about exactly what this means to us for this debt issue?
Sure. Yeah, so for this debt issue specifically is the upcoming one to execute the purchase agreement on our Drossen. So that's the issue that we're walking down the road of. We're already significantly down the road on, to be honest. And we've been working with Benning and Scattergood up to this point, we're going to do the negotiated sale with Benning and Scattergood. And so the genesis of the discussion with the financial advisor came through working with CARFAC again over the last few years on our various refunding issues that we have done. Really what it boils down to is the administration and CARFAC wanted to take a look at what is best practice and to make sure that our policies are in line with those. So GFOA's best practice is to have a financial advisor on board, whether you are choosing to do a negotiated sale or whether you're choosing to do a competitive online, like an online bid sale. So to satisfy that and really what we're looking for, the specific scope with our Ardrossan, since we are so far down the road, is less of a full financial advisor relationship and more of a pricing agent or somebody at the table who has the township's absolute best interest in mind to confirm that the pricing on the day of pricing is exactly where the market said it should be, and then also to provide another set of eyes looking at the township's official statement to make sure that it's complete and has all the necessary features in it that it should. And there's no reason to believe that we aren't getting the best pricing or that there's something wrong with the official statement under the current. We have 100% confidence in the work that we've done with Benning over the time. This is, again, just having somebody at the table that's representing the township's absolute best interest, whereas the underwriter at the end of the day is working for the underwriter. And so that's just another set of eyes on the township side.
And in 2010, we did use PFM, I seem to remember.
Yes.
And although having an advisor isn't any particular insurance, since we had advisors when we did swaptions.
Well, at the end of the day, they are advisors.
Yes.
And
You chose the wrong choice.
Yeah. But anyway, the point being, you have several firms you're already lined up that you're going to go to with this RFP?
yes, we have an immediate distribution list that we'll get this out to.
And also, we're on a very tight, not a tight, we have plenty of time, but it's a solid schedule. And by just doing it for the pricing, we don't need that until like November, right?
Right. So
you have plenty of time to work on this.
Yeah, the timetable would be to get the RFPs distributed by this week, have responses back by next week, interviews in time for the board's October 13th agenda, where we'll bring the firm to that agenda as a resolution.
Well, you could even slip that a little without any danger.
Yeah, if we run into issues with responses or we're not particularly thrilled, that may be the case.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't understand pricing. Pricing goes right up to the eve of the sale, right?
Well, there's a couple different components. You have the underwriter's discount, which is basically your fixed price. That's going to be a portion, like a basis point price. So that'll be fixed based on the size of the issue. The other component of pricing is the margin between where the underwriter is able to sell and what their profit margin is on each of those. And so that's really the sensitive spot that we want the other set of eyes looking at to make sure that the pricing on that particular day is as low as possible, as low as the market said it should be for a municipality our size with an issue our size and a credit rating of what Radnor has. So that's really what we're looking for.
That exercise happens in real time. It's not something we can have this advisor tell us that Benning and Scattergood has got too fat a margin because the price is going to be varying right up until the day of the sale.
Well, with a negotiated sale, we do have some flexibility in the timing. So if and I'm making up days here, but if on a Tuesday morning we're expected to go to market and we go to market and for whatever reason Benning and Scattergood's giving us price A and the advisor that we have on board is saying, look, I think you could do better, then we can go back to Benning that day and say, let's figure out how to do better, or we can postpone and go back into the market a subsequent day. The alternative is if we were doing a online auction or a bid pricing, you're correct that that's a point in time, go or no go type of decision. But you don't really need that flexibility because basically you're doing an online auction, so the process itself is telling you exactly what the market's willing to pay.
Well, I don't want to stretch things out too far because I know we have another huge agenda item. But the second reason to have an advisor, you said, was to make sure our issuing statement or offering statement is complete and correct. Now, is that a function of lawyers or financial advisors, analysts?
Well, I think everything's a function of lawyers. So part of the answer to that is yes, that our bond counsel will work with the solicitor to make sure that from the legal aspect, the township is covered. But there's also a lot of market data and continuing disclosure requirements that we're required to include in the official statement and update the market on. And those are where Michael's been extremely helpful over time and will be again on this one. Benning and Scattergood, to be clear. We've been working with Michael Wolf, who is part of Benning and Scattergood. So it's the person we have on board, the advisor, in their capacity will be another set of eyes reviewing just to make sure T's are crossed and I's are dotted.
I have no problem doing this because I have no doubt, I'm very, very confident that the product that we're getting from Benning and Scattergood is going to be, fit the bill and get the approval of whoever we hire as this advisor. And if it gives our CARFAC and our residents one little extra iota of comfort, then fine. My issue is the price. So it's $40,000 to $60,000, and if we're getting some limited subset of what a financial advisor usually does, we're just getting the pricing and the review. I don't want to be paying for what $40,000 to $60,000 is what they would usually charge for a whole process. So
yes, we will. When I put the legislative summary together, I was pulling off of how much the advisor cost on the last issue in 10. Since the packets were prepared, I've had an opportunity to talk with Michael as well as some other advisors, and the price will be significantly less based on the more narrowed scope. So we will not come back to the board with a price in that range with the scope that we're talking about.
And some of this is more of an art than a science in when exactly the day you go out and what else is coming on the market that day, and there are some judgments you have to make. So the advice we're getting is up until this decision is made, and hopefully not the Monday morning quarterback, well, you shoulda, coulda, woulda, because that's not very helpful.
No, yeah, because once we close, once the board adopts the ordinance and the pricing is locked, it's locked. We're done. So yeah, the advice that we get will be up until that point.
Yeah,
there's always a Monday morning.
I want to say this because maybe it's not obvious. We need a professional advocate that understands bond issuance to represent the taxpayers and the administration. So someone who is not going to benefit from a spread or from any type of commission. They're going to be paid a fee to be our advocate. And I think this is right out of GFOA. Bill, thank you.
Sure. And one more note is, just as another anecdote to this, is a year ago when we did the refunding and swap termination, we had an advisor on board then, and that was Phoenix Advisors. And on the day of pricing, the work that was prepared by Michael was the Phoenix Advisors was in agreement too. So we've been down this road before.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners?
Yeah, we should remember that the underwriters, they are working as bankers. They are not working, they're not our advocate. They are buying our bonds for the lowest price they can get and selling them for the highest price they can get. Now, what the financial advisor will do is be an objective advocate and will verify pricing and will verify and tell us go or no go. And it's a valuable service. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that. We'd have to rely on our own skills and our own people. What I would also recommend, though, is that the FA would also review a competitive bid because competitive bid can also result in additional savings. So that's something we should look at. Just negotiating the sale may give us the best pricing, but competitive bid will more likely give us the best possible.
Okay, is there any other commissioner comment? Any staff comment? Any public comment? All those in favor of the authorization say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes 6-0 with Commissioner Curley absent.
I'll move the approval of Resolution 2014-80 approving the purchase of 40 parking payment kiosks, space equipment, and mounting of the new kiosks.
Second?
All right. I know it's 10:20, but I'd like to invite up Officer Gallagher and Lieutenant Flanagan to give us a quick rundown of
40 pages.
40, I think it was 70 pages. Well, first of all, I want to say that this was excellent information, really wonderful, very thorough packet that we received, I think, 7 or 10 days ago. So we've had a lot of time to look at it, digest, and I want to commend you on really the thoroughness of the presentation that you have given to us and the information that we have now. And anybody can have by getting on the packet online.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just before you, just as we get started, I want to make sure Chief Kahlo and the WBA members, Chris Todd and Diane Jorley, are seated in our audience, and I'll let them speak at the appropriate time. We did receive a letter from the Wayne Presbyterian Church and the WBA in support of this project. Obviously, in 2013, the managers set us out to really evaluate our parking needs from sort of how we collect our funding, which basically we have 677 meters that we're using. We have just under 1,000 parking spaces throughout the township. Currently, we have 4 kiosks that are in operation in our lots, which we use to benefit all the visitors and businesses, and also we promote the manager's parking program, which is $1 a day. People are able to park, and it pulls them from what we call our key or prime spaces. Those meters have been in operation under parking supervisor Bill Gallagher, and we've had a significant success rate with very minimal problems with our current kiosk system. We are asking the board to strongly consider our proposal to change the entire township to kiosks. So basically our 4 kiosks would be retrofitted because the actual structure is still sound and the mounting is in perfect condition, and then we would add 40 kiosks for a total of 44 kiosks. This would not only benefit just the center of Wayne, it would benefit the Matson's Ford lot, the Glenbrook lot, and Glenbrook Avenue, where we currently have all of our metered spaces. This would also include, which we worked very in-depthly with Steve Norsini and his team, to remove all the existing meter poles and conduct repairs. In other words, where we pull a meter out of concrete, it would be repaired to a smooth surface under Steve and his team's supervision to basically re-beautify that area, because we'll be removing all of those poles. In the North Wayne lot, if you remember the pictures of the meters, they're definitely in need of some attention.
Well, I mean, aren't we all in favor of this? I mean, do we have to spend a half hour discussing this?
Well, I went through the presentation. I don't know if I need to have them present
Yeah, I
it, but I
mean-
feel bad because they've been waiting here
Yeah, I mean-
all night.
I mean, there's nobody against.
But they may be happy to leave too.
Nobody opposed to this. We're ready to vote on it. I mean, I appreciate all you did. I read everything, and we're all in support of this. Any commissioners have any questions or problems with it?
No,
Anything that you would like to, make sure that all of us understand as we go into this?
This will be a major project. We had a very good beta test with the 4. We had a very smooth transition. We, under Chief Colorolo's direction, we had a lot of staff out there to help orient our townspeople to that. We will need to address that because these kiosks, the manager directs us to get the best. These will be able to develop, and we will be able to add different aspects to them as we grow and as we decide we're ready to move forward. So these kiosks will enhance our township, put us ahead of anybody in the area with the best equipment to entice people to come to our community, make it easy to visit,
shop, whatever they're doing, or dine here. And I believe that's why we have the support of the WBA. And we can, in the future, make changes. If we move parking lots or infrastructure, we're able to move these kiosks, reprogram them, and we don't have to have a major expenditure to accommodate the changes of the township.
And Madam President, if I could just say real quickly, too, one of the biggest complaints we ever get is, I was looking for change. This is so user-friendly with credit card or coin or bills. This is the future.
And can you explain, just very briefly, logistically, when someone, this is not the system where you have to take the thing and walk back to your car and put the tag in your car. This is you look at the number of your spot, and that's what
Correct.
you pay for.
We are recommending to change. Our current system right now in our satellite lots is you get a ticket, and then it's called pay and display. You walk that ticket back and you put it on your windshield area. Bill Gallagher's received complaints on stormy days or windy days. They blow off every now and then. Our ticket people miss one by accident. We're recommending to the commissioners a pay by space, where it really is the meter experience, if you will, where you go up, you have your transaction, and you're done. To the chief's point, credit card, parking discount card, coin, or bill, meaning cash, will be able to be used, so you're not going to have to think about your trip to Wayne or stop to buy a cup of coffee and get change. You'll be able to come right in and then head to your particular destination. The kiosks are programmable, so that if we decide we want to go a different pathway later on, we're able to do that. That's the one thing about this new technology. It will give you, as the commissioners and the townspeople, the ability to change if we decide to go that way. The vendor who's selling them and our team, Bill Gallagher, myself, do recommend the pay-by-space position at this point in time. We think it's the best thing for the community.
Most
How about if somebody, I was in the Jersey Shore, and I was in spot 1339, and I got printed out and put it there, and I started walking away. I said, did I put 1339 or 1329? I mean, if I hit a wrong number but I have a paid ticket there, do I still get a ticket? How's that? If I accidentally hit the wrong
for someone
number?
else's parking?
And no matter what, if
We're very customer friendly. We could work that.
right, if somebody came in with a paid ticket, then we would be
No, but
able.
when you look at the thing, if it says spot 1329 and it's paid up for another 2 hours, do you write them a ticket if they're in 1339?
Yeah.
not in the
They don't know
approved
that
bill.
you made a mistake.
If the spot's paid for. I mean, if that spot's paid for, they're not gonna write that ticket. And it's pretty neat, because the kiosks are gonna come in.
Oh, bit.
Get Billy on the microphone.
Come in with the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. The kiosks are gonna actually integrate with the parking software that we have. We had those, remember the bigger rugged computer type things? Now we're down to, it's almost like a cell phone. And once we get that, the spaces for kiosks can come up there. So a guy actually writing a parking ticket can look and he'll see that, spot 29's green, so that's good. Spot 27 just turned yellow, but spot 3 down the street is red, so that's the ticket. So everything works together. That's what's so great and unique about this system.
Right, but the question is, the person who didn't put right, you're not going to go back to your car. You're going to go to the kiosk, pay, and be done. So
Correct.
if you pay for the wrong spot and nobody pays for you, you will get a ticket in that instance.
And you deserve it.
Then, at which point you'll need to.
That's the same thing with,
Right.
I mean,
Then-
with all due
but
respect, is
that's
putting
Bill's-
money in the wrong meter.
Right, that's Bill's
We
question.
have that today.
Yeah, all
Right,
right.
that's Bill's question, and
I was
then
thinking
you'll
of a ticket.
need.
There's no ticket up there, okay.
But actually, hold on, this is a little bit different. This is better, though, because if you pay, you get a receipt.
Right,
And I
then you
guess
have to
could
bring the
contest
receipt.
it.
You could, sure.
And, the
You-
judge would probably be
Which
pretty
happens
lenient, so.
today with the
And even
pay and
right here.
display,
Okay.
because,
But,
it's windy.
today when they put the money in the wrong meter all the time because you can't tell which meter it's for.
Correct.
So,
I'm violating my rule by asking a dumb question, I'm sorry.
Well, the issue is, in Philadelphia, we don't have that system. We have the pieces of the tickets you put,
Pay and display.
you don't put them on your windshield. You put them inside on the dash.
Sure.
Right. So it seems to me that that's the surest way to ensure that you are covering it. Also, then you don't have to pay to number spots. And Bill, why do you always have to make some comment? Let me talk. Now, here's the issue. If we have the tickets in the window, you don't need to have this problem. You won't mess up with space. You buy your time, you put it in the window, and you're good. In addition, the reason that was cited as not going with that is because, we don't want to put in that many kiosks. We have 40 kiosks that you're buying right here. So isn't that enough so that we could get the ones with the ticket and you could put it right in the window? I think that would actually be easier for people.
Okay, the 4 kiosks we have right now is set exactly like that. We go pay and display,
right,
which is exactly what Philadelphia has.
Right.
The biggest complaint from my experience that I get is the person pulls into the lot, walks up to the kiosk, gets that ticket, now has to go back to their vehicle. Okay? Another thing that happens, and we don't put it on the windshield, just like you guys. We put it right on the dashboard.
Okay.
Now the guy closes the car door, it blows off the dashboard. Our guy gets there, writes the ticket. The guy, he did pay. It's not there. Guy takes a picture of the dashboard, and it's a controversy anyway. So
I've never seen that.
Yeah,
but I guess it could. I guess
every day.
I guess it could. But we are putting enough with 40 of them. It's not that far a walk back and forth, though.
And just one other point to the way we've chosen is we have received direction from the board that they want to go towards the pay-by-phone system. And although we're not going to initiate that in the beginning because there's a learning curve, the pay-by-space is the way you have to utilize the phone. Pay-by-space or pay-by-license plate is the only way to get the phone feature out of it. Now, again, though, the beauty of the system, we could transition back. We're not set with just one way. We're not buying one. This product can be changed, with some programming. But for the pay-by-phone, which was the initial direction, I believe, was we need to do pay-by-license plate or pay-by-space to have that feature be able to work.
All right.
Okay.
And then, no, I'm not done. Also, what's the payback on this? It looks like it's got to be at least 5-year payback on this based on a replacement of existing meters of $300,000 over 3 years. Is there something else? So what's the payback? Does this pay for itself, or this is just a sunk cost?
Well, there's one component is they have given us various statistics for what they allege the machines will make an increase due to their efficiency in operation, which exceeded the number we listed, which was 8 to 10% in our calculations, which is $36,000 to $42,000, give or take. That's what we're anticipating, and I would say that's a modest estimate, but we'd rather be on the lower side than the higher side for your expectations of what these will provide. So we'll have that increase, and then also there was a question about how actually the finances work when somebody uses a credit card, which there are different service levels that you can get from that. And Mr. White actually did review with our carrier just to make sure that we were clear and could explain that as well on the credit card transactions.
Are people, are people, if somebody was in a space and they paid for the time, somebody can still go into that space and use the rest of their time, or is there anything that takes that out?
It would take that out because there's no way for somebody to know whether somebody was in that space or not. So if you were to pull into an empty space, you're going to pay for that.
So there's something that when somebody pulls out,
If there was 2 hours left and you pulled in there, you're not going to get a ticket till that 2 hours is over.
right, that's my question.
It's just pot luck. You won't know. You could be lucky.
Yeah, you don't know that.
I stopped immediately. I went to put a quarter, and there was 2 hours and 30 seconds on the meter. I had to put it in. So you could get lucky if you just pulled in. You could get lucky, but it's all luck.
Correct, but in the same breath, if you take that risk, then you may get a citation because it actually never was paid for it all that day. So
But won't you be able to tell when you get to the kiosk?
no, it won't tell you if somebody was there.
Oh, because
before.
it's just a matter of getting your. Oh, man,
display.
all right. So I
Now-
guess that's my question. You're saying that you get a lot more revenue from these, and basically because nobody ever tacks on to somebody else's time.
It would be a gamble, depending on how you look at it. If you pull in, you're expected to pay is how I can answer your question.
Right,
You're expected to pay that, but you're not going to know if there's time left or
Yeah,
not.
well, you could just say yes. That's exactly right. That's it. So that's where it comes from. All right. So you're saying that is going to give us a payback of what?
Well, we're anticipating roughly $36,000 more revenue from our current system.
Right, but this is 450,000. So that's
Correct.
But we're also not replacing and maintaining the systems that we have now,
We
which
would
were
still
very
have to come to the
expensive.
commissioners for
And
the
our program
replacement.
collecting the money. that's
so.
fine.
This is a 5-year plus payback, like I said.
Madam
That's-
President, if, just real quick, the simple math on it's a 4 to 5 year payback.
Right.
With
so
the
it's a-
increase in revenue and the difference between the replacement cost of the meter heads and the kiosks. So that's the window we're looking at.
Okay.
One last question. The maintenance aspect of this agreement, I mean, you're comfortable with the level of maintenance this company is going to be providing us? Because these machines do fail. Everyone who's been to Philadelphia knows that. And so that's an important aspect. And if, you know,
We're lucky the 4 machines and the first 14 months, 12 by the factory, the rest by our distributor, are covered 100%. So that first year is completely covered.
Right, but it's a 5-year payback. So that's like getting a car with a 1-year warranty and paying for it over 5 years.
Correct.
And what I can tell you about these things is, you know, like sit outside all year round, the blazing sun in the summer and the freezing cold in the winter, and they often fail on the card. Even after 2 and 3 years, they have data failure, transmitting the card reader errors, and those type of things. So I think that there's a lot of problems that I've seen with the ones that are in Philadelphia as far as the operation and maintenance of them. Do you have any comments on that or guarantees from the company about performance, especially in the out years past, you said 14 months?
Yeah, well, I mean, we did do some research on complaints out of the 3 vendors who were present for this competitive bid, and this group has the highest rate of non-complaint issues, and number 2, we've had them for roughly 2 years, the ones that are currently in our parking lot, and we have had no major repairs, no major failures, a couple paper jams, and these machines nicely alert us immediately. A text or a phone call is sent to our parking team, and they respond out to handle those. So we are able to maintain, if there is a jam or something occurs, we're able to rapidly respond to them. And they're local offices in New Jersey, so we're able to get a repair fairly quickly if it was a bigger situation.
So there's 450. That doesn't cover any of the maintenance after the warranty period? Or does that include it in that 450?
For this year, we opted, we reviewed this, and our recommendation is not to get the service agreement, which was approximately $31,000, because we are covered 100% for the 14 months. And they're even recommending don't pay us when you don't have to. If during this time, Billy's very much on top of this, if during this time next year when we go to Mr. White for the following budget year, if we see any type of trends that would jeopardize, you know, the cost versus the benefit, we would recommend to the manager to add the service contract back in.
The price will be the same at that point?
Well, the capital price would be over, but we would add it under
The
our
price
service
for the service contract,
Yeah.
would they maintain that?
Yeah. That's what they quoted us for this year's $31,900.
So there's no guarantee that they'd give us that same price if we don't take it this year, we come back next year, hey, you know what, we are going to take that. We don't know what they'd reprice it at that point.
To answer your question, correct. It is not a guarantee. I don't know what the price would be next year if we priced it. However, to support their status, the company, when we purchased the initial 4, recommended we do not buy their service contract. And again, for 2 years, we've had no major component replacement.
I haven't had anybody have you.
Yeah. So
okay,
I actually have another question as well.
Go ahead.
Jim, did you want to? So the big news this year has been the theft of, 400 million credit cards information. But what it's going to lead to, what I've been reading, is that the entire credit card industry is considering switching in the U.S. over to the chip cards, and which are very common in Europe. And the question I have is, are these capable now for chip cards? And if not, do we have an idea what that cost would be to upgrade? Because think of all the readers we're talking about here. And these chip card-based readers are probably more expensive, not going to be covered. I don't believe they're going to offer these free to us. And could we at least find this out before we pull the trigger? Because the way I understand it, in the next 6 months in the U.S., we may all be issued new cards with chips. So just keep an eye out for that.
Specifically, this is manufactured through a French company, so they're extremely competitive. Matter of fact, their largest sales are in the European market. They are by far the leader, Parkeon. So they are on top of it. They're aware of it. They're not recommending that we go with it now because enough cards don't have that. So we are following their advice. It was brought up in one of the pre-bid meetings about this issue. But this company will be able to deliver the technology. But the one thing is I did not research the price of that just because they're not ready to give it to the U.S. market right now.
Okay.
In that same line, there's also a move to near-field communications where you can use your cell phone. Do these readers work with that?
That is correct. We're able, there's actually several vendors that are sub-vendors of any kiosk. Right now, they're recommending Park Mobile, and Parkeon has their own. Those are the two biggest hitters. Park Mobile is a national company where a lot of people who do travel and business would be able to already have an account established with Park Mobile. Our goal is after roughly a 4-month evaluation, once I brief the chief and the manager on how well we're doing with just the basic access to this machine and get it running, would be to introduce that feature, because that again was one of the charges this board gave us, and these machines are prepared to do that as soon as we deem appropriate.
You had also showed me a feature that I would think WBA would love, is the ability to print coupons.
That is correct. This machine that we are purchasing will have an advertising component, and we will be able to work with that. That is basically a whole nother project that, I spoke a lot with Mr. White about just how we would line that up, and Mr. Tate. And we feel like we need to get the parking kiosks up and running, then meet with our local vendors such as the WBA, and then, really evaluate that and decide what the best way to implement it and manage it is.
And my last question is, places I've been that have had these, I've had problems where the sun shines on the screen and you can't read it. So how do you address that?
Actually, this machine has a sensor, which as the sun goes up and goes down, it darkens and it lightens. It's real nice, state of the art.
Jim, did you have a comment?
Yeah, how many bids did you receive?
The final bid was two companies
Okay.
turned in bids.
In March of this year, or perhaps earlier, we received, or I received a personal phone call at my office from a bidder, potential bidder, who felt that he or it had not been given adequate opportunity to respond to the RFP. And I don't remember the name of that company. Does anybody on the board remember that situation? And
I thought it was the bidder to remove the polls, wasn't it?
That was, I believe, Commissioner, was the one that got up and said that they had a problem with bidding on this. That is the reason why we threw those bids out. We went out and publicly bid it again, so everyone had the opportunity.
Good.
So we addressed them, and they had the opportunity to bring, I believe they brought units in here to display as part of this.
I'm very glad to
The
hear
company's
that.
name was PSX,
Okay.
and they did not turn in a bid. They attended all the bid meetings Melissa Kahn has on record through the sign-in sheet, so they did not actually turn in
All
a
right.
bid.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that we treated them fairly and that they had an opportunity and they didn't take advantage of it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else who'd like to make a comment? Anybody from staff who has any more comments? Would a representative from the WBA like to say something? Since you sat here all night, you might as well get up and speak.
Hello. Chris Todd from the WBA. I just want to reiterate what these guys back them up. All the complaints that they've received, I've received as well on the street. A lot of guests have 3 major comments within the past 3 months. When are we coming out of the dark ages? Why can't I use my credit card? And who carries change? So you're definitely taking the right step. It's a lot easier to address some of your concerns with the parking numbers. The biggest complaint
is I have to walk back to
Back
the car.
to my car, yeah.
And not just once, has people's, I can't believe it myself, but they flip over. Who knows? And they can't be read. These guys have always handled it properly, though, so. And that's about it. And
Okay.
last thing, thank you very much for your support in the Radnor Fall Fest. It was great yesterday. Really appreciate it.
Great day.
And the streets
Congratulations.
department and the police. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else from the public want to say anything? All right. I'll go ahead and call the vote. It was moved and seconded, and this is a resolution. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it passes 5-1 with Commissioner Curley absent.
All right, the next is discussion of house and business identification street numbers. In 1993, we got through a certificate of occupancy required when you sold your house. You had to put a street number because a lot of people didn't have street numbers, and you fix your sidewalks because the sidewalks are a mess. The sidewalks have come a long way. The street numbers have come a long way, but I knocked on every door in Radnor last year, and there are a lot of houses without street numbers, and it's annoying. So, Bob, what's the recommendation that we do?
I think this is, because of the time, I think this is a good opportunity to begin the discussion. I know myself, just driving around, there are homes you can't find where the address is or the business, even there are a number of businesses. So I think this will be part of an educational process that through our newsletter and website to try to get people to make aware of that, to see that. If not, then I think we'll continue that dialogue. Especially, I think emergency services need to have the opportunity in that time to be able to find out where they're going. And there are some stretches on homes I looked at yesterday. There are some that there's 10 or 12 homes in a row. There's no street address visible from
But don't
the curb.
emergency vehicles, I mean, I'm hoping they use GPS, right? I mean, they know where they're going.
And how many times have you tried that and it takes you to the wrong house? So, right?
That's true.
It's not very, wait, Bill, there's an ordinance already.
Yeah, you have
Right. So we have a compliance issue, education's good.
It's the
We
same
might
thing-
even want to consider like a campaign where you, like in my neighborhood, they have these kind of very interesting looking, antique looking house numbers. They're styled and architecturally interesting. Yeah, maybe there's a way to encourage this.
I have a question. Bill, if this ordinance was enacted in 1993, and the ordinance says that when you sell a house,
Yeah.
you must get a certificate of occupancy, and that will not be issued until and unless you have a house number visible from the street and that your sidewalk is in good repair.
Yeah.
So how can we have, and what?
Because once
How-
the
after all
sidewalks,
the-
once you repair the sidewalk, it's good. The numbers disappear, Jim. You go, like I'm selling Luella Avenue, okay? You can't see the street number where the house I'm selling on Luella.
Yeah.
So I go out and get a pole and I put 411 in the pole and I put it in the ground. That house sells. That could disappear the first week they're there. So the number's gone. They complied with the ordinance, but the next person didn't keep it up. And they just cut in the grass, they hit that with the lawnmower and they never put it back. So the problem is once you fix the sidewalk, it stays fixed pretty well, but the street numbers move. And so we have an ordinance that says you have to have street numbers. We could go tomorrow and make everybody that doesn't have their sidewalk fix it. We don't do that. We rely on this. And with street numbers, we could go out and tell everybody that doesn't have a street number, get it on there, and they would have to do it. But what we should do is we should come up with a system where, you know, public relational, but we go and people don't have street numbers, you know, we could send them a note saying, you know, we will sell you street numbers.
No.
Yeah.
I think, Bob, I think what we should do, I'd like to hear the other commissioners on this. I think we should have a new ordinance. I think we should make this a matter of law.
It is a
that-
matter of law.
No, it's not.
For a street number?
The maintenance is not a matter of law.
okay.
We should have an ordinance that requires every house to have a visible number from the street.
We have that.
We don't have it unless it happens at certificate of occupancy. Once that happens, the ordinance doesn't apply.
No, the ordinance apply. We could go around right now, knock on doors and say, here's a letter, we're going to fine you $50 if you don't put your number on because we have an ordinance. You can go around and tell people to do it because they're in violation of the ordinance and you have to have
I
a
think
street
your
number.
point is we don't have a resource, like the only resource we have now is on the CO, the
Yeah.
inspection of the CO.
It's the same thing with sidewalks. There are a number of sidewalks that are bad in Radnor.
Yeah, but just,
And we could go around and make them do it.
so I'd
I-
like to see the ordinance we
Can I
have now.
just
Go ahead.
brief you on the ordinance because I have it open. It's on the website. It's Chapter 134, and it was enacted in 1977. And it basically says that everyone is responsible to have a building number on their house. The owner of every house is required to display the number where the house or building is located, and that number and street designation shall be regarded as the official address of the house. There's a second provision.
Your microphone is not on.
There's a second provision that says when you get a building permit, you also have to get a number for it. There's some display regulations.
Okay.
It has to be clearly visible, has to be at least 3 inches high. It has to have a contrasting color with the background. And so you've
Yeah,
got a very
that's good.
short, concise
Well,
requirement.
what I would recommend, we have a policy, Bob. We do a mass mailing twice a year, don't we?
Correct.
For stormwater and for our taxes. That we put a copy of this ordinance, a summary of the ordinance, a précis of the ordinance in every envelope, and say that we're going to start enforcing this.
And there's a fine of up to $600.
Yeah.
Well, I prefer to take the educational approach and incentivize people and remind them that the reason that there's that ordinance is that so that someone can save them or their loved one from a heart attack. And if they don't comply, it's their risk and their peril. I mean, I think that that's a lot more.
Well, maybe what we should do, since it's only street numbers, what we should do is hire some college students this summer with street numbers and have them go and knock on doors and say, here, you can purchase these street numbers. You know, there's an ordinance, you have to have these up, and you can purchase these numbers for $10 and put them up. Or I'd be happy to put them up, to just stick on, and do it. And then if they say no, he said, well, the problem is then I have to go back to the township, put you on record, and there's going to be a $50 fine for not doing it. So, I mean, that's the only way you're going to do it. You can do all the education you want, but unlike sidewalks, street numbers are easy because it's an inexpensive thing, and it's important.
So I think I agree with Elaine. Let's do the education piece, and then, maybe the education gets a little more.
What are we agreeing on as to education?
So
I think what we'll do is, from the website to the township, any mailings, I know the treasurer, when he sends out the bills, has asked if we have any information. We'll work with John to get him the information to be able to include with the tax bills. As well as, I know almost all the commissioners have emails that they send out to their constituents, just as a permanent thing, maybe on there somewhere, to just be aware of that.
Okay.
And then we can work with the police department, the fire department, any programs that we have to try to get that information out too as well. In any of the community events that we have.
All right.
We try to make a big push on that. We will do that.
Okay.
Great.
All right, great. Let's move on to Parks and Rec. Is there anything, Commissioner Nagel? Oh. Okay.
Sarah Pilling, Garrett Avenue. I got to say, I've lived here for nearly 33 years, and I never knew that. I have numbers. The piece of it that is going to be difficult, but I think you need to do, is it needs to have a consistent site. So when you're going down a street, you're looking for a house, you have a general idea of where to look. Some of these houses do have numbers. They're on one side of a mailbox, but not on the other. They're under the front step. So at night, forget it. If the the porch light is not on, you have not a clue where they are. I think there should try to come up with some consistency as to where these numbers are going to be. But again, I've been here 33 years. I go to meetings like crazy, as you all know. I never knew you had to have a number.
Thanks, Sarah.
Or contrasting color to it. I mean, this is all news, so you got to get this out in newsletters, in emails, in tax bills, whatever, so people can go, oh, I didn't know I needed to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, Parks and Recreation, Commissioner Nagel, you have anything?
Two things. First, the last Parks and Rec meeting last week were presentations by 3 different folks who are interested in locating cell phone towers. So the Parks Board will be working on that information and give us a recommendation. The recommendation will be, do it, don't do it in one park rather than all 3. and, which provider. Second thing was Saturday night, they had a concert at the Willows and then fireworks afterward. My guess is there were 1,000 people or more there. Great job by our staff. They were out there directing traffic. They were out there making sure everybody was happy. I know talking to Megan, she had 300 of those colored bands. They disappeared instantly. And everyone I talked to was just had a great time. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Library, Commissioner Booker, do you have anything?
We did have our meeting last week where we talked about principally the vote that we took today. So that was the main issue. And also there will be in the first week in December, December 6th will be the 5K run for the Radnor Memorial Library. October, we have the Radnor run, and then there's another one for the library in December, so
Okay.
stay limber.
Thank you. Public Health, Commissioner Nagel.
Two things. The Board of Health passed a sentiment of the board, if you will, and they attended staff traffic, a representative. They're very interested in encouraging the installation of a crosswalk across Conestoga Road so you can get from the main part of Wayne over to the trail. I discussed with them the plans we had. Remember, Bill, years ago? Had 3 different places. And then the other thing, they discussed glyphosate, and that was based on we had gotten some more information from residents about them, so we sent it to them. They reviewed it. They saw no reason, based on the new information, to change their prior recommendation, which was they were acceptable to use in a minimal way, but would strongly encourage exploring other alternatives.
Okay, thank you. Is there any old business? Any new business?
I just have one thing I want to put out there. A couple years ago, I talked about going paperless. The Board of Commissioners receive a packet before our meetings, and as much fun as this is to read, I'm sure it's just as much fun to put together, right, Jennifer? And I really think it's time to take a look at what we have in front of us here. These were installed several years ago, these flat panels. I think we should talk about, the idea of just, I'm taking a lead off of Solicitor Rice, who's enjoying his very new tablet. And he doesn't have the mounds of paper. Well, this time he does. But the idea is, look, let's be real about this. There you go. The point is, I use a tablet often, and I'm still receiving these. I will be asking the township to stop giving me my packet, and I will be voluntarily switching over to a tablet. The tablets allow you to annotate the documents, so I can highlight, I can write notes, I can do whatever I want. And the nice thing is I can recall those notes for the whole packet. So I don't need to page through it. I can just look at my notes for the packet. But the idea here is that we have all this technology capability now that we didn't have 5 years ago. And quite frankly, these terminals up here could be very helpful. We could have our packets on them. We could do lots of things. So maybe new terminals at some point. But I want to just put it out there that maybe as part of the technology initiative, when we're looking at new IT solutions, we look at some type of touch tablet screens to replace, these are going to fail at some point, so to replace these, but also to, maybe the board can agree that it is wiser to carry around a tablet. And we can, and the nice thing is staff is already doing all the work. So all the documents are scanned, they're available, we just need to pull them on our screen. So it's not a lot of work, but I will voluntarily, this is my last packet, so no longer need to print 7, you can do 6 now if you like. And then I hope fellow commissioners will join in. Hopefully by the end of the year or next year, we'll see everyone switching over. And there'll be times when we need paper, but most of the time we don't. So that's my idea. I know my house will look a lot better with the 800 pounds of paper sitting around it. And then I also don't have to worry about the disposal of those documents and the waste of all the paper. So
You have a street number?
What's that?
Do you have a street number?
Thank
do.
you.
I have
Is there
two,
any
actually.
other new business? Any public participation? All right, can we have a motion
Move
to
we
adjourn?
adjourn.
Second? All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.